I was that another guy knocking? Hello.
Wait,
Hey,
there we
hey,
go. Yeah,
hey.
they can hear me now. We're good.
Yeah,
We're good.
nice.
Uh, Hi. It's such a lovely day today.
It
Um,
really is.
Let me tell you about what just happened
Yeah,
when.
okay.
Okay, so I thought the problem might be that my headphone cable finally gave out because it's been on like a thread. I've had like electrical tape wrapped around it and everything.
Yeah,
So I was gonna like run out of my room, run down the hall, grab my spare cable. Yeah?
yeah.
Yeah. So the moment I get out of this room and close the door, fucking Zach from down the hallway looks at me and yells my name in my face.
Yeah, okay. I feel like I definitely heard that, but the thing is, it was like really soft or like it was kind of just echoey. I couldn't make out the name,
That's
but I could
good.
hear his voice. I could hear his voice. I did.
And then,
That's crazy.
and then he yelled it two more times. He told me to
Two
come
more
over there, and he was like, "Hey, come look at my room." And he and like three of his friends or roommates or whatever were having a fucking St. Patrick's Day party. So he literally kind of pulled me in, armed me in for a second, and I
Yeah,
didn't say, I was
yeah.
like, "Yeah, I can't see anything. I'm not wearing my glasses. I gotta
Uh-huh.
go." And I was there for a second, and and he well, high five. I got out of there.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Then I went to my
I'll
room and I got my headphone cable, and now I'm back.
yeah, no, okay. I it the I heard like two bouts of like loud noises, and one of them sounded like a name, but it sounded like a really generic male name, like Bob or Jim.
Okay, well, my
So
name
I
isn't Bob or
really
Jim.
no, that's why I think that it definitely wasn't that. The first time that I heard a loud noise, it was not decipherable.
My name
I
has
couldn't
multiple
make it.
syllables. I'll have you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Instead of Bob, it could have been like bye. Like when he was saying goodbye to you.
Maybe. Well, how long was it after I fucking got?
After I heard someone knock on the door, I wait, it might have been slightly before. There was one that happened before
Okay,
I
well
heard a
then
knock on the
no
door.
one knocked on the door until I got back.
Yeah, okay. So that I heard one really loud noise before someone knocked on the door, and then I heard one after someone knocked on the door.
It
So
might
that
have
means the
been me opening the door
well,
for
it
some
wasn't
reason.
like it was a vocalization, I feel like.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
definitively, I can say I did not hear your name. So, and if I did, I don't fucking remember it. So,
That's gonna be the death of me.
dude, there's gonna be a point in time when he just walks straight into the room and yells your name in front of like a live studio audience.
Yeah. 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 I I'm just that you didn't hear my name.
Yes,
The stream hadn't started yet.
yes,
No one can go back and do audio. And well, the stream had started, but I we weren't on the stream screen. You know.
yeah. I know what you mean.
Let me. I can like grab your shoulder here a bit. Yeah. Yeah.
Be careful. It's a little sharp over there.
Okay. Yeah. I know you are very angular.
Yeah.
Let me pat you on the head. Pat. Pat.
Thank
Pat.
you. I feel so. I feel so. What's the word? Warm and fuzzy inside.
Please stop that.
Why?
I don't
You don't
like
want me
that.
feeling, but I just feel nice.
Stop feeling warm and fuzzy. That's weird. That's weird. Weird people do that. Creepy.
No, that's normal.
You're freaking
That's
me out, Perea.
You're the one that has headphones Japan.
The headphones aren't even Japanese, I don't think.
Okay, but like look at what they're called on your computer.
Yeah, I had to download Utao once.
And that's what changed them?
Uh, to headphone. Yeah, because well, that's just the default word headphone. Because to use Utao properly, you do have to change your like system language.
Yeah, okay.
Um, so that the older Japanese character system that wasn't in ASCII can compute properly.
I understand. I see.
Yeah. Therefore, anything that's like not the most basic, well, anything that's the most basic, like commands and stuff on my computer is just in Japanese for some fucking reason.
Uh-huh, I see. Yeah. That's kind
Like
I
most
actually
things aren't, all the settings,
yeah.
everything's in English. Just sometimes things are in Japanese. A
No, no,
little bit of the
I
time.
have I have a very similar problem that has extremely limited scope. After downloading the Japanese language pack, no matter what I do, every time that a computer file directory system uses a backslash, it always just reads as the yen symbol.
Yeah, I
And
don't
so
know. That's annoying.
yeah, so like for me, whenever I'm like using WinRAR, I have to type in like user yen app data yen Minecraft yen and then the saves folder, and it's always the
Minecraft
yen symbol.
yens?
Yeah.
Ow.
But yeah, no, so like anytime I go through my directory on my computer, I
Huh.
always have to use the yen symbol.
Yeah, yeah. I just use the file system where you click on things.
Uh-huh.
Um, but hey, Freya,
Yeah.
you know what day it is?
It is the 15th of March.
Yeah, it's the day that a very important ruler in Italy was assassinated.
Oh yeah,
Don't
which one?
yeah, King Odoacer in
Really?
493 got assassinated by Theodoric while they
That's
were eating
crazy.
together.
That's insane. So was it like poison?
Um, I think let me check. He might have just got stabbed.
Dude, I don't know if I would do it that way. If he really did poison him, that just seems really fucking inefficient. It would be way easier and require so much less prep to just stab someone.
Yeah, but why would you ever stab someone? Everyone can just be nice. I wouldn't stab anyone.
You know what?
You wouldn't
You're
stab
right.
anyone either, right, Perea?
You
Right?
know what? I'll tell you this right now. If I was ever alone in a room with someone that I wanted to stab, I wouldn't do it. I would need some accomplices to help me.
Ah, okay. I see. That's that's good. Always get your friends with you.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, no, he just got stabbed.
Okay, so he did get stabbed. You know what? That I respect that.
In
I,
response to Odoacer's dying question, "Where is God?" Theodoric cried, "This is what you did to my friends." Holy shit!
That
What
is
the
that
fuck?
is so, are you kidding me? That's
That's
like a
raw
fucking
as hell.
that is literally the plot to like a Trigger anime. That's the level of like fucking choreographed that we're talking about here. That that is something that I would actually expect to come out of like Hideki. That's so fucking. Where is God? This is what you did to my friends.
Sorry, I accidentally got teleported behind you. There we go. We're fixed now.
Oh no, don't Joe Biden me.
I swear I'm not Joe Bidening you. I would
Yeah, that's
never.
good because, if you were Joe Biden, or honestly, if you were any major politician in a democracy, then I don't know what I'd do to you.
I had to mention you to some real people I know in real life the other day.
Oh my God, that's
And
crazy.
you know
I've told
how I
you.
did it? We were talking
Yeah,
about something and I just was like,
yeah.
"Oh yeah, I have a friend who has a really good Obama impression."
That's hilarious. No, I do not blame you at all for that, Fluffy, because when I've had to mention you to other people, it always ends up being kind of like that. The, when I had to talk about you to my sister once, the way I described you is I said, I have a friend who, for a long time, would listen every week to just this like really old song called Hindustan.
Why that's I didn't even hear the song most of the time because,
Yeah, that's yeah. No, I get that. I get that. But like it was because we were talking about odd music, and I was like, I have a friend who always listens to Hindustan, but I meant that you used to use it as your fucking stream start.
like those are two different things. Like if
They're,
I
they are.
constantly listened to Hindustan, that would be
Yeah.
like fucking wild. Also ignore the interface here. Um,
Yeah.
my joy fund is at 0%. Done.
I've described you a couple of times, like
Oh,
a
oh,
handful,
look,
a
I
handful.
can put myself back in the Senate.
You
See,
can.
this is what I look. Hi guys, hi.
You
I'm
could
here
be.
next to
You're
Cicero. You see him? Wow.
with Roman senators. That's
Y
crazy.
N C A. My head's too fucking big for me to do the YMCA. It's so
Yeah.
nice back here, you know?
Yeah. Just be careful not to get too close to anyone.
Why?
You,
They're
you,
all
well,
nice.
I'm just they seem like nice people, but you don't know what you can hide in a toga.
Ah, Freya. No one would hide anything from me.
Yeah,
I'm too nice.
you're right. You're right. No, but I've had to describe you to people in my life like a handful of times. I
Uh,
mean, like five or less times, and
uh,
every time it's like I have to grab one of the weirdest parts of your personality to describe you.
you could just say one of the normal things about me.
Well, that's the thing is when I'm talking to my like family about normal things or normal people, I just like I don't think to mention you because you're like my online friend. But if they bring up something really wacky or zany, the only person I can talk about is you.
What other wacky and zany things have I been doing?
Oh my God. I honestly, what are the ways that I've described you in the past? Maybe there was once when someone was mentioning um, Bionicles, and I was like, oh yeah, I have a friend who recently played through an old like 2003 Flash Bionicles game called Metro Nui or whatever.
Mod Nui online game. Yeah,
Not a
no,
Nui.
that That was fucking years ago. Whoa. You must have had to
Yeah.
dig deep for that one, Perea.
Well, that's the thing is when I described you like that, it was actually after Soul got
Well,
so
that
like it
wasn't
was fresh. It was fresh
fucking
on my mind.
recent. That wasn't recent at all.
It wasn't recent, but that's what I'm saying is I'm not describing times I've described you recently. I'm saying I have described you times in my life to other people,
Uh-huh.
always different.
Uh-huh.
One time you were the Bionicle girl. One time you were the Hindustan girl. And then like another time I probably oh my God. I remember there was one time I said I have a friend who loves to make jokes about 9/11 and I always get roped into them.
Freya, you're the one who introduced us all to 9/11 DBC
You're
Lincoln
right.
Park
That
tribute.
that
You can't absolve
I did
yourself
that.
of this.
I that was I was the one that showed you guys that video. That's true.
Mhm.
So yeah, no, that's crazy. Of the 5 times that I've described you to someone in real life, one of them was Bionicle's girl, one of them was Hindustan listener, and then one of them was 9/11. It's the person that talks about 9/11 so much.
Just I just mentioned you had a good Obama impression.
I don't think these are mean things, but like
Just
I do
taken in
realize
totality, like everything that's worth mentioning about me ever.
these are all to different people, by the way. My older sister knows you as the person that listens to Hindustan. My younger sister's husband is the one that thinks that you always talk about 9/11.
I, I swear, my God, they're gonna think I'm so fucking autistic. Jesus Christ.
I can try to describe you more normally from
No,
here on
it's
out.
fine. I don't care about my brand recognition to people who don't know me, but still.
That's true. That's true. Dude, I my fucking dad asked me recently, like, you're always talking to your friends. What's going on over there? That was right after the first failed DDLC stream. So the only thing that I was able to say was, well, my friend's dog just stopped moving. And then he was like, "Great, I'll drop it, and we don't have to talk about it anymore."
Jesus! Oh my God. That's
Last time.
insane.
That's the last time he's ever gonna ask me about you guys.
In
Dude,
in hell, Perea.
oh my God. My parents know that I talk to you guys all the time. But whenever they ask about you, I always have something uh to deflect with in some way so that they don't end up learning that much about you guys.
Oh, but you could tell them so much about me.
Uh-huh. I
Like,
like one time I was trying to describe movie night to my mom because of the fact that she was like, we should go to a relative's house tomorrow. And I was like, I can't leave right now because in like an hour I have something. And she was like, is it work related? And I said, no. And then she said, is it like pleasure? And then I remembered I was doing the stream on Saturday and I was like, well, that's not really pleasure. That's kind of an obligation that I have. So I was like, not entirely.
just say you
And she,
watch movies every week.
no, 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 no. Because I wasn't describing movie night in totality. Like she was gonna have us leave for 3 days. and those 3 days were Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So I had to tell her I need to be here uh, tonight, and I also need to be here on Saturday. And she was like, "What are you doing on Saturday?" And I can't describe that as being like business or pleasure. I like because I don't think of them as either of those things.
You know, my family does know I do live stream.
My sister knows that I do live stream, but the rest of my family
Is
does
your
not.
sister proud of you?
She seemed okay. I mean, she's a
Okay.
fucking stoner, so I don't think even if she was like, "I hate that you're a streamer," I don't know if I'd really care.
You should tell her that you're a weed themed VTuber.
Oh, my fucking my this is about to be the cringiest thing I've ever admitted to anyone, and I'm doing it live on stream. For the first time in the entire time that I've owned anime figurines, just the other week my mom noticed them and she was like, "Oh, you have those little anime dolls there." And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "How much do those cost?" And I was like, "Well, each individual one cost about $30." She was like, "Yeah, I also have some like expensive collector's items." And then she just left.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It wasn't the worst thing, but like definitely not. I still haven't hung up my like framed poster of Miku yet.
Maybe
It's
just keep that hidden until you get an apartment. Okay, Priya?
no, that's it's fine. I think it's probably fine.
Oh, Priya, when are you gonna move out of the house?
No, they don't talk like that at all. Honestly, they should probably be a little more strict with me. They're allowed to be like they don't talk to me about that stuff at all. I don't know why.
How is the job hunt going?
It still sucks. I'm like actively seeing nothing but like jobs that I don't qualify for or that I do qualify for but have really strict conditions, like having to move into company housing, and I can't do that because of my situation.
Huh? Okay. You check out remote work.
I could.
You should probably. This
All
rate.
right. I yeah, you're right.
Hey, Priya.
Yes.
Wow. Do you want to know that something awful happened today in history?
What was
Something
it?
truly horrible in Europe.
What happened?
Today was the day Germany occupied Czechoslovakia.
Oh my God. Like World War One?
1939, it was the Nazis, Perea.
Oh, it was the fucking Nazis. I hate Nazis. I hate Nazis so fucking much.
Why do you sound so
Oh.
insincere?
Hold on. Don't interrupt me. I'm doing a bit. I hate Nazis so much. It makes me want to stab someone. Ooh, if I ever hear someone talk about Nazis just one more time, I might stab them sitting next to me for no reason.
Okay. Yeah, that's a proper reaction. I'm just gonna get a bit further away now.
You're gonna go back into the
I'm
Senate
back
with the
here.
guys.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna chill with my boy here,
Yeah, all right.
See, he's there and I'm here, and we're like
Uh-huh.
we're social distancing.
I would like to just preference for the audience's sake that I don't I wasn't joking when I said that I hated Nazis. I actually I meant that.
It's just use the same tone of voice when like
That's because I
if
was
you
setting up a
say
bit. I
if
was,
you say something stupid to Annie and then Annie starts to make fun of you for it,
yeah, yeah.
that's the tone of voice you were in.
No, there's a reason for that. It's because I was setting up a bit, so I used my insert voice, but what I was saying was also just an actual thing that I feel.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's that's fine. Wow. How is
I,
being
I
23, Perea?
I'm not.
How was it?
Okay, when I was 23,
Not that the
hold on.
not that the number 23 is important or anything, you know.
No, that's yeah,
It's
no.
not
I think
not important
it
for
was
any
it
reason.
no. It was a wonderful experience being 23.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was at the peak of my life. I
Uh-huh.
also felt like it was the point in my life when I felt the most justified in taking another man's life.
Did you kill someone when you were 23?
No, but I had the gall to. I had this it when I was 23, I could have killed someone. And but I never actually ended up happening.
Man.
I was trying to look up like a photo album of what I was doing when I was 23.
Uh-huh.
And the only image that came up was okay. I I'm gonna show this to you. This is the only image that I have from when I was 23.
Perea face reveal.
No, don't worry about that. It's
I'm gonna like computer enhance and I'm gonna see like a reflection in the oh.
yeah.
Oh, it's just a
That's it.
meme.
Yeah, that is the only fucking image I have from when I was 23.
Wait, we should get background music. Haven't I done that? Apparently, there's a character in Zenless Zone Zero called Caesar, but that's not really relevant
That
today.
yeah, that's not relevant at all. I do actually have one more picture from when I was 23. It's of my cats, but that's a trauma now because they were taken from me.
Wow, it must be really fucking easy to give you trauma. Jesus.
Yeah, I actually just got trauma because you yelled at me.
Christ. Like, honestly, if anything bad happens to me, I'd be like, ah, fuck, that sucks. Kill yourself. And then I don't have trauma.
Yeah, no, I believe you. Somehow just saying the words kill yourself automatically takes away your trauma. You don't have it anymore.
Like, nothing that bad's happened to me that could ever give me trauma. Okay?
Uh-huh.
You know?
Yeah.
I like moving my fingers around. Fun.
No, it's cool. You're allowed to move your fingers around.
Um, what type of music should we listen to? Shit. Normally I get like, wait, what's that game that
Yeah.
Now was from?
Oh my fucking! It was called like alchemical
Robot
mechanicals.
Alchemical Drive.
Yeah, robot alchemical drive.
Let me get its OST. We'll listen to that. Oh, this looks so cool.
Do you think, Fluffy, that Robot Alchemical Drive is a prequel to A Full Metal Alchemist?
No! Why would I think that?
Oh,
That's stupid.
they both have the word alchemic in them.
Hey, Brad, there's. Well, let me check that I'm not going insane. There's a fucking um anime that like four people on Tumblr I
Yeah?
follow are shitting themselves over. Is this even
What
an
is it?
anime?
It might not be.
One moment. Let me. No, it's a manga with a band. What is this? Bang Dream Bandori.
Yes, no, I know very well about Bang Dream. Bang Dream does have an anime.
But the anime isn't on their fucking Wikipedia party.
No, yeah, Bang Dream, I think it might even have two seasons. I understand why people are obsessed with Bang Dream. Fluffy, do you remember how I gave Anime of the Year 2024 to Girls Band Cry?
Pratt, Pratt. Important announcement.
Animolian Arts is
Annie's
here.
here. Annie.
Yeah.
Annie.
Hello, Annie.
Annie.
Annie!
Annie.
Hello, Annie!
Hi. I was
Yeah.
almost doxxed earlier.
Yeah!
It
If
was
only I
so
had a better
fun.
memory, I could
Yeah.
remember Fluffy's name.
Yeah, me. It was wild.
It was crazy. I heard it and everything. I just wasn't paying attention.
It was all Zach's fault. But
Yeah.
Zach. Oh, I hope it does dox you. That would be so fun.
Oh, Annie, you also have to be careful because one of the DDLC mods I sent you might dox you. I will walk you through how to. I, I I can fix that. Well, it'll yeah no it'll dox you. I'll try to help you fix that.
After it happens, I'll be your PR manager.
Yeah. Listen, we all know that Atelier Arts is like, and I just keep fucking doing that.
Is
You can
he's just
legally.
gonna say your Iron Man?
Okay, that's funny. That's just actually funny.
Is
Anyway,
it good that
Annie,
I'm like cut off at the top here? Is the framing of this stream good?
I I'm gonna say that it would be a little bit better if, my right side just so happened to be piercing through your like chest cavity.
You
That would be a
mean
better framing.
you mean this this side of you?
Yeah, if you just took like that part of me right there that you're pointing at, and you just like made sure that I was like inside your chest, I feel like that would be the best
I
framing.
Well, I don't want you inside my chest. I think that's a very personal space.
Okay, you know what?
No.
What if I invited like 22 other Roman senators to the party?
Can you crop off the edge of a knife? There's a knife?
No, there's no knife, Fluffy. Don't look under my toga. Don't look
Oh,
under my toga right now.
okay.
There's no
There's no
knife.
knife. I trust
Yeah,
you.
we're just me and the 22 senators behind you just want to hug you
Bring
and
in
bring in the toy.
20 for AFB and G. No, no, no. I'm just gonna go over here back to my Senate friends. See? Hi.
Okay.
Hi, I'm here. I'm next to Cicero right there.
Danny, don't tell her that they're in on it.
No, all these guys, they're my friends. They'd never do anything bad to me. You know? You
Yeah.
know? It's great. Wait, how much of me can you even see back here? I'm like 4 pixels
Well,
tall.
yeah, that's the thing is if you go with the highest quality of 616p, you
Yeah.
do become a fucking like genuinely the orange stripes in your dress like they don't even form a line anymore. It's just like random pixels strewn about your fucking chest area.
Well, I can see that even in the VTubing program.
Yeah. You on stream, sometimes the orange in your socks disappears
There is no
completely.
orange in my socks. Oh, at the top of
Is
them?
that
Oh,
yeah, at the top of them.
okay. Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. How are you all doing?
I love it when Fluffy gets really big. It's always very fun because I like Fluffy's model. It's very cute. So I like when she gets just way too close to the camera.
I'm not too close, am I? Am I too
I'm sorry, I'm
close?
not paying attention to what you're saying because your face is so silly and goofy.
My face isn't silly at all. Never do anything silly, you know?
Oh no,
Yeah, that
we
clip is
gotta
correct.
clip.
I'm not gonna get stabbed because no one has a
Oh
knife
my
today and
gosh.
no one would ever stab me, right? No one would stab me.
No one would ever stab Fluffy. Not a single soul.
Am I?
Where are you right now?
Yeah, Prey's the last person who would ever stab me. Honestly,
Yeah, I mean,
Annie,
like,
I'd expect like you to stab me first, you know?
how would I even stab Fluffy when we all know that I have never been anywhere near a knife in my life?
Freya doesn't even know how to use a knife. I bet like if Freya
Yeah.
tried, Freya would be holding the sharp end and then just hit me with the blunt end.
I'll tell you this right now, Fluffy. The last time that I tried to cut a sandwich with a knife, I just stabbed 28 people instead, and I was like, fuck, how do I cut this bread? So I really don't know how to use a knife.
Whoa. Yeah. No, you're an idiot.
Yeah, no, if you gave me a knife and told me to cut bread, I would just stab you. It's like I don't know how to use those things.
Freya's big stupid. Freya's big silly, big
It's
stupid.
it's so hard to take you seriously when you look like that.
I always look like this. You should take me seriously all the time. Okay? Wink. Wonk.
Oh my god. Fluffy You have to stop being so silly and goofy, otherwise I'm gonna develop a parasocial relationship with you.
Why would you need a parasocial relationship with me when you already have a social
Oh my
relationship
god.
with me, right, Fred?
Yeah,
Right,
correct. Was it you, Annie? That's
Fred
for
used those
for
baby scissors.
No, you're when I use the baby scissors, I'm able to cut bread, but whenever I use a knife, I just end up stabbing whoever's in front of me.
Yeah, don't give Trey a knife. I wouldn't do it. No one would ever do it.
Hmm. But I don't remember
No.
if it was Annie that said this or if it was someone else. But there was someone that I heard recently. They said that they had a parasocial relationship with a friend of theirs, and then like that person joined a Discord call with them, and they were like, "Wait, you're my like actual friend. I can just talk to you. I don't have to be like,
What
like what."
what does it mean to have a parasocial relationship with someone you already know?
The way that it works is when you're not in a Discord call with that person, you
Uh-huh.
go and you watch one of their streams, and then
Uh-huh.
you engage with their stream as if you're just a
Uh-huh.
normal chatter, and then you develop a weird like fangirl response to seeing them stream. Like it's like imagine if every time Annie streamed, you and me both got really like fangirly about it, and then we started drawing like fan art of fucking Angela and Leela, and we were like really, really big like Animoyan Arts hardcore fans. And then like suddenly we went to movie night and we were like, wait, we can just talk to you like normal.
I mean, I do that.
Okay.
I I do that. I am like I am Annie's friend, but I am also like an Annie stan.
Uh-huh. It was, in fact, Annie that said that. Annie said that there was once when they were a fan of someone and they on Twitch, and then they met them, and then when they met them, they like had this realization that like they were in a Twitch stream, and they were like doing their normal like this is one of my favorite VTubers, and then they like realized that they could join the call, like they could join the stream because they knew that person in real life, and that like the fact that that dawned on Annie, it was just like this like moment of realization, like holy shit.
How close can I get to the? Oh, oh, that was
Oh
it. That
well,
was it.
that was as close as you can go.
Hey, how are you doing?
But yeah, no, my main goal, Fluffy, is to get to that point with you, where
Uh
despite the
huh.
fact that you're one of my best friends, I
Uh huh.
just like whenever I'm not on call with you, I talk about you like you're like my favorite streamer, and that's all that you are to me.
I should be everyone's favorite streamer. Oh, if I look like up or something, you can almost see the hammer and sickle down at the bottom of my eye.
Technically speaking, what I just okay, Annie says, yeah, I was casually watching their newest YT video and they just showed up in VC with me. Yeah, that's what it was. Annie was watching what their favorite YouTubers like YouTube video and was like actually being like, this person's so good at editing. They're so cool. I love watching their videos. And then they joined the Discord call and Annie was like, oh yeah, I can just talk to you
Uh huh.
normally. So that's what I mean by having a parasocial relationship with a friend.
What? What? Do we get to know who this was about?
Annie did tell me the name of that person, but I have terrible memory and forgot. So
Like, I'm trying to think. Do
maybe
we have any? Does Annie have any like VTubers or streamers Annie's a friend of in Annie's server?
well, it was. Here's the thing. There's a. I don't know this for certain. There's a chance it could have been Maple because I know Maple makes YouTube videos. Maple
God,
has
was it
a
Maple?
YouTube series. It felt kind of weird and out there, like if I just started talking. It was Maple. I was right. I said it could have been Maple,
It
and then it
was
actually was Maple.
It was that fucker who left us all to watch Parkour Civilization.
Hey, no, Fluffy, you have to understand. Maple makes good YouTube videos. You should
I
watch them.
I haven't liked the ones I've seen. I'll be honest.
Fair enough.
I'm not enough of a Persona fan, you know.
Oh my God, I made that fucking one post about Persona fans, so you should know how I feel about them. But I was gonna say, Fluffy, I realized that if I develop a parasocial relationship
Huh?
with you, that would solve the problem that I was talking about before. I would stop describing you as the fucking Hindustan girl. I would never again describe you as my friend who likes 9/11, but instead, every time I talk to you,
That
talk about
streamer who likes
that
9/11.
streamer. Yeah. Dude, you guys don't understand. My VTuber Oshi, they just always talk about 9/11. And then every movie night, I'm gonna be like, it's her! It's Floppy Sheep FL! She's real!
Here's the problem with that. You're always here when I stream, so there's no
That's
chance for
true.
you to ever be in the box. Like
Yeah,
Annie
that's
is.
true.
Their albums are fire. Oh, I haven't listened to much of Maple's music. I'll give it a check sometimes. You know a few people like that.
Annie just has
I
wide roots, is
I
the
only
thing. Like,
know one,
Annie goes in
and
every
that's
direction.
Annie. It's just Annie.
That's
Always
crazy.
Annie. Um, um, hmm. I do like the shadow puppet thing. Come on. Bap, bap. Bap, 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 bap. Bap, 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 bap.
Why is this stream in particular, Fluffy, so full of visual gags?
I'm gonna get you.
Every once in a while, Fluffy will just do this thing where she like starts playing with her model like it's a toy, and she does it live on stream most of the time. It never happens after the call or before the call. She'll be in the middle of the stream and realize that she can just move the little like avatar she has in whatever silly ways she wants.
Whoa! Hi! Hi! Hi!
Dude, Fluffy,
Hi!
you're so silly. You're too goofy. You
No.
gotta keep the fucking silly levels
No,
down.
I need. Your latest video is popping off? Whoa, let me check this out.
Wait,
Can I
hold on.
be
Are you
vertical?
talking about the video that you posted of yeah, like the one of me? Because
Let
that's the
me.
most recent video I saw you post about. The one where my voice fucking sucked ass because I was using a shitty mic. Or did you post another video
Guys, let's
after
go,
that?
let's
I
go,
have
let's
to
go,
check.
let's go
Yeah.
take a look.
Let's do a
Um,
live react.
yeah. Here, I'm moving myself over here. Um, sorry, the chat box is getting fucked. We're opening this up. Boom. Okay, let's Annie
Let's do it.
Mulligan
And
art.
yeah.
The one with 256 views.
Well, compared to every other one of Annie's videos that's popping off.
I mean, that's about the. Oh no, let me check. Oh, oh yeah, it's your third most popular video.
Yeah. That sucks, Annie, because that's the one video where my voice sounds like I am actively running past you all the time. 250 views is monumental. Yeah, but like, why couldn't you have taken a clip from a stream where I sound like normal? Please?
Freya, you're not funny enough when you're normal.
Shut the fuck up. You know that I'm funny. You laugh every time I say a silly thing on bluesky.com.
Okay, let's prove it then. Make me laugh.
Okay. I'm stretching, so I'm not gonna say a joke for a little bit. It's all right.
Someone can't even make jokes when they stretch.
Oh, you're right. I should
Pedestrian.
absolutely. Fucking pedestrian.
I'm waiting.
All right, Fluffy. Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know. Why?
I'm going to stab you 78 times.
Ha ha ha. Funny joke, Freya.
Yeah, that was my first attempt at an anti-joke, one of those like, like
Yeah.
it's funny because it's not actually like a punchline. It's like just something that happens,
No,
right?
it's
Like,
not gonna. It's not.
well, it does happen though. It does happen.
No.
Fluffy, it does happen.
It's not. You never do that.
Yeah, you're right. I would never do that.
Not to me.
Well, if I was gonna do it, then I would do it to you, but
No.
I'm not gonna do it to anyone.
No, you wouldn't.
Okay, name one person that I would stab other than you.
Hitler.
Holy shit. That was a really, really good. You remember earlier when I very insincerely said that I hated Nazis? I have to admit now, this is a little embarrassing. I would stab you before I stabbed Hitler.
What's this OST so fucking nothing?
Well, it's Robot Alchemic Drive, that's why. So Annie, how do you feel? Hitler comes after? Okay. You guys cannot react like that because it was not like fucking 3 streams ago that Fluffy literally said on her list of favorite people, it was, I think she said it was Annie and then Hitler and then me.
Well, I was out of those 3 people. That's how that would go, but that's not everyone on Earth. Obviously,
You're
there's
right.
a lot of people like above Hitler. There's like 8 billion people above Hitler.
Yeah.
But then you're just below.
Technically speaking, the same thing applies with what I said. I never said that there's not more people between Hitler and Fluffy. I just said that Fluffy is definitely above Hitler.
Nice. It's downright cosmic. What the fuck does cosmic beef mean? What is
cosmic
that?
beef? That sounds like if, like, you know how Betty Crocker, or I think it's Betty Crocker, they have the fucking cosmic brownies?
Uh-huh.
Like, what if they tried to make just like pre-portioned steak? Also, I just saw you nod like on stream, Fluffy. That was adorable. I love it when you nod.
Time.
It's the cutest thing you've ever done. Just your little nod.
I did that. What do you mean? I just.
Fluffy, you're awesome. I love you so much. Oh man. I'm so glad that I'm friends with Fluffy Sheep FL.
I nod. I
You do nod.
Yeah.
You do. Yeah, you can.
Loud.
Oh god, I can't hear it. I'm gonna
Solid
turn on
Snake
stream
5, Liquid Snake. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can see I don't have ears up there. They're not there. Weird.
That's because you already have ears. They're all the way up on your head.
Do these count as ears? I don't know. I can't get them in front. There's one. There. You see the top of my head? That's the top of my head. Oh, I looked all the way up. Whoa, I can see the ceiling. You can't see me though. I had to. Whoa. 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 Whoa, 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 whoa,
Dude.
Isn't that incredible?
That's insane. I can't believe that you just did that.
Yeah. And there's so many more things I could do. Let me check. I could do whatever that is.
You get a little blurrier around the edges. That's so cool. That's like.
I can become yellow.
You can. Oh, Annie has to obtain more chili now.
That would be cool.
You know what, Annie? Your quest for chili has inspired me in a very deep and visceral way to go heat up a chicken sandwich.
Wait, are you gonna leave me?
No, not if you don't want me to.
Well, I don't want you to. You kind of have to be here.
That's fine. I'll be sitting here with my knife that I don't have.
You can glow.
Oh my god, dude, Fluffy, but she's a fucking angel?
Wow. How impressive.
No, actually, you know what?
Wow.
That's more like Fluffy, but she's an alien from that one. What was that movie? Was it Interstellar? Where the aliens are just fucking like they're just constantly lens flaring.
Uh-huh.
I like that the flare is focused in your shoulder and not your face. It looks like your shoulder is just made out of the brightest material on Earth.
Okay. That's... Okay. Interesting. What's SSAO selected?
Sword Art Online. Wait, what is the first S? Super Sword Art Online. They had to fucking add an extra super to it because this is like Sword Art Online, but even more epic.
AO. Whoa.
Oh. You can make yourself look like you're coming out of the shadows. You can become like the fucking evil, fucked up, cryptid SCP version of Fluffy.
I'm Fluffy in the shadows. I review music badly.
You don't like Todd in the Shadows?
No, he's fine. You know? Like okay.
I see.
I don't need that though. Let me try to get Bloom back to normal. Oh no. Is that what it was like before?
That was. I mean, I think you might be a little brighter than normal.
Hmm. It's off.
Okay.
I'm no longer glowy.
Oh. No more glowy Fluffy.
So sad.
I'm gonna miss her.
More chili. Whoa. That's
Oh my god.
awesome.
That I sure wish I had my chicken sandwich right now. But I have to sit here and babysit Fluffy.
I don't want to be alone.
That's fair.
I'm scared some terrible thing might befall me if I'm alone in a room with all of these
Roman
senators.
senators. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to admit, Fluffy, that I get this weird, just sort of like psychic feeling. It almost feels like I'm like seeing into the future, but I feel like you're even less safe when I'm in the room.
Why? Why would
I
that
don't
ever
know.
be the case?
I don't know. I would never hurt you.
You did tell me in your dream.
Okay, I got over that. I'm at the point now where if I saw you in my dream, I probably wouldn't kill you anymore.
Are you,
I'm pretty sure of that.
I just want to eat your hair bun.
Go ahead and take a chomp.
Oh, you're on a different layer than me. Am I
The
sensing impeding
columbification
dread,
process
like
is
a bleak
taking-
atmosphere? Well, no. Strange. I don't know it. It is an impeding dread. And I feel dread.
Happy
Yeah.
Ides of March.
Happy Ides of March, a day where nothing happened.
Well, we did know that one
Odo
Roman...
Acer died.
Yeah, that guy got stabbed.
Odo Acer got stabbed, and no one else.
Mm-hmm. Also, Annie, what did you mean by the columbification? When I say columbification out loud like that, it sounds like a Red Hot... It does sound like a Red Hot Chili Pepper song.
Don't poke my eyes out, please. I wouldn't like it if you poked my eyes out, you know? Annie, I don't want you to do that. Take up the whole screen.
I don't want to poke your eyes out, Fluffy, but I do want to de-socket them and, like, hold them, because I feel like they would, like, make me feel good.
Please
like
don't.
holding them in my hands.
I kind of need my eyes for things.
Well, they can still stay attached to you. I just want to hold them.
Your thumbs want to penetrate your eyes and explode them.
Annie, okay, me and Annie have beef right now. If Annie explodes your eyes, then I won't be able to touch them, and I want to touch your eyes. We have to take turns, Annie. You get to explode them after I get to touch them.
Please don't touch my eyes. I don't think that's good for them. I might get pink eye. No.
Oh, okay. We got a new deal. Annie gets to explode one eye, and I get to touch the other one. That's good.
Please don't.
I will put them back, Fluffy.
It wouldn't work anymore. You would ruin them, and then I have
I'll
to get new
wash
eyes.
them.
And I'm not like a doll or anything. You can't just get me new eyes.
Yeah, I'll wash your eye and then I'll put it back in.
Whoa, those are weird.
That's exactly what I think, Annie. That's why I want to touch them.
Ew.
Fluffy's eyes absolutely, definitely do have a good texture to them. I get the feeling that her irises probably feel like felt, and I really want to touch them because of that. I also think that it would be so cool to like stick my thumb into the star-shaped pupils because it would be like weirdly it'd be like sharp but in a rounded way where
I
you'd be able to feel the points
I don't
of the
think my
star.
eyes are sharp.
They look pretty sharp to me.
No, they're made of eyeball stuff.
Fluffy does have the most pretty eyes out of all of us. My eyes are actually shaped like diamonds. So if you touched my
Let's
pupils,
let's take a look
they would
at
cut you.
let's take a
They would
look at
absolutely cut you.
one moment. Let me make a big Perea.
Okay. Can you make? I mean, my little thing that I'm holding that isn't a knife.
Oh yeah, your vibrator.
Yes, my little sharp vibrator. Could you make that a bit bigger?
Guys, look, it's Perea.
Hey guys, it's me. I'm
And
here.
Perea's
Oh God, oh,
object.
fuck. Yeah, you can finally see that it's Nihon made, Japanese 1000 folded
This
steel.
one's name is Perea. Did you guys know
Yeah.
that?
My name is Perea.
Perea's alive, and
I
he's like
am.
this tall, and
Yeah.
and I don't know. Looking at this, interesting. Can't see what's going on back there, but it's interesting. Perea with her emotional support knife. Perea, is that a knife?
No.
I thought I
I'll
told
never
you.
tell.
No knives in the Senate, Perea.
I'm gonna do that thing where I like I'm the anime girl with two hands on her head, and I go ee.
Esto black.
Yeah. Oh, what do you think I'll enjoy, Animoian arts?
Why does this sound like a Halloween soundtrack? What the fuck is this?
It's always so hilarious hearing Fluffy describe the music that I can't hear. It's like she's hiding.
Whoa. Wait, I can hide. Guys, watch.
My room has been re-weebified along with being soundproofed. Pure maximalism. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool. I love maximalism. Also,
Is that what you thought I was gonna enjoy, Annie? Because I just wanted to make sure that I didn't like miss something else.
can we see? Can we see a picture of it?
Yeah.
Can I?
That sounds so.
Oh yeah,
cool.
I can just jump scare people. Watch. Whoop. And now I'm gone.
Oh my God, where'd she go?
I'm right
How are we
here.
gonna? Oh, thank God. I thought for a second we wouldn't be able to enact the plan.
What's the plan? There's a plan?
Oh well,
You
me
never
and the
tell
other.
me about any white woman
No.
jump scare. Yeah.
No, the thing, Fluffy, is me and the other senators were just thinking about how much we appreciate you. We wanted to throw you a surprise party.
Thanks. Well,
Everyone's gonna come around and huddle around you and sing like "Happy Ides of March," right?
Oh, okay. I see. I do love the Ides of March. It is my favorite day where nothing bad could ever happen to me. All 15 of you
Yeah.
are gonna come over. Oh, goody!
Yeah, because we all appreciate you so much, Fluffy.
You know what I can do? I just realized
What?
something I can do.
Yeah.
I can get you with my mind powers. Gold.
Me when I get you, but Fluffy edition. Is
I
it
look
safe
like
to
an idiot
admit?
in here?
Is it safe to admit I didn't vote for Fluffy for Roman Emperor?
I'm not. emperor, Annie. You gotta remember when they tried to put the crown on my head, I said no. I said no. Rhea tried to put a crown on my head and I refused. Okay?
That's true. I remember that. I remember that was the maddest because I was like, take your crown. Jesus.
No. Not king. Not the emperor. Zach was
Yeah,
the crown.
I was the crown.
Honestly, I can just imagine like a dittoified object as Zach, just like 2 dots and a smile.
I respect that, yeah. Like whenever we say Zach is this weird fucking lump of skin on my like ball sack, and then like you can imagine it having like eyes and a mouth. I'm sorry.
That's the weirdest thing you've ever said, Bray.
Yeah, I was just ripping, and that kind of came out.
Which ball is it on? There's so many.
The right one, the right one. It's the right one.
Which right
Yeah,
one?
the furthest right one.
The
furthest right one.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like halfway across your leg at that point.
Yeah.
Cheap viewers on streamboo.com remove the space.
Wait.
Wow.
Fluffy, I'm going to absolutely promote this person to VIP. Shit, I banned them. Fuck. That was a mistake. I'm sorry.
I wanted the fuse. I wanted 8 viewers.
I click the wrong button every time. I always click the wrong button.
I wanted. Can I make the? Here, let me see if I can form an 8 with my hands. It's so hard to get them to. Yeah. And then I close kind of an 8. I don't know. What's like sign language 8? You just go like
I took sign language. I remember the entire alphabet. I don't remember the fucking
8.
number system though.
I'm gonna get you. Do the fucking punch out. Yeah.
Okay, who would win in a fight, Little Mac or Fluffy Sheep FL?
Little Mac. And you'll be our cheap viewer. Oh, thanks, Annie. I'm so
thank
happy.
you.
You know, woo. Oh, I can like wiggle around my seat here, and it makes me go left and right.
Fluffy, I'm not trying to make you self-conscious, but remember earlier when you said that you might look like a fucking weirdo from the outside?
Yeah. What about it?
It's just, I was imagining you in a little cubicle wiggling around in your chair. I'm like, the visual kind of like, I was like, oh no.
No. No, I wouldn't be acting strange, right, guys?
No, you wouldn't. Not at all.
Not.
Fluffy, you're so normal.
Normal, right?
You're so normal. You're the most normal person. Everyone else is weird compared to you.
Fucking normal, right?
You're so normal.
Thanks. I always knew I was the normalest one, right? Nothing's weird happening. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba.
Fluffy, I know that you've never been high. I know you've never been high in your entire life. I get the feeling it would be so fun for you to do a high stream. If you smoked weed and then streamed for like 2 hours, that would be fucking awesome.
You're never gonna get me to do it. Someone did just stare at me. I'm just like 7 feet tall though, Jesus.
Dude,
Damn.
I want to meet that guy now. 7 feet tall? Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's how all I thought Yuri DDLC was before I learned.
Yeah, but she's actually kind of short.
Like, what the?
Him into his pocket like a little mouse? Probably, Wayne Larva. Given that you're made of clay, you could turn yourself into just a cuboid, and then you might fit in his pocket pretty easily.
Whoa. Wayne, are you a golem? Are you going to defend us from all our enemies? I am also kind of mad that there's only 6 inches of difference between Natsuki and Yuri in terms of height.
Yeah, there should be way more than that.
They should be like at least a foot apart. If not more. Natsuki should like come up to right below Yuri's tits. Yeah? Yuri needs to be tall, mommy. I'm shaking. I don't think Yuri needs to be mommy.
Yuri needs to be tall, though.
Yeah. These are these are different attributes.
It would be really funny though if like Yuri, Sayori, and Natsuki were all the same size, but Monica was just like twice her current height. So she just like stomped around the class giant.
You're kind of golem-esque, but a little closer to a fertility idol. You can break his back to get horny.
Zach, I didn't realize you were fucking cheeked up like that. I've seen the fertility idols. Those motherfuckers got ass for days.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Wayne. Freya... I think Wayne might be bullshitting you. Wait.
I really don't know if someone would go on the internet and lie to me.
But Wayne, does that mean if I prayed to you, I could finally get horny?
Hopefully.
Could I do it for like the first time ever? Forgive me, Daddy, for I have not been naughty.
Oh god, that is probably one of the most upsetting things you've ever said, Fluffy.
Why?
Did you say it again? If someone clip it this time.
Forgive me, Daddy, for I have not been naughty. Why is that?
Alright.
I'm saying I've been too chaste all my life. I need to pray to the god Wayne Larvae. Finally get my first ever bonaire. A sacrifice might be made. The sacrifice is my Sith. Not the Sith. Anything but the Sith. People might think I'm fucking and sit here with my hands above my head going, not the Sith, no! God. Oh my goodness. Whoa. 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 I'm getting lightheaded. I'm moving too much. I gotta drain that shit into the soft earth below. This music is intense. One moment. Let's take a look at this. It's Nanao. I love Nanao. Freya, do you love Nanao?
I love Nanao. Nanao, you're overdoing it.
Nanao.
Bread and water soup.
Nanao mentioned.
I love Nanao.
I wish.
Oh, we got the clip.
I wish I could be Nanao someday. But I think I'd have to get, like, really fucking stupid for that. Maybe after the week I don't eat anything, I could, like, start eating with some bread and water soup. Nun fluffy streak? How would I do that? Like, I dress up as a nun. I don't know what nuns do. What the fuck? What I... Nuns don't do What do nuns do? Prayer?
What do nuns do? What do you mean by that?
What the fuck would I do on a nun stream?
Okay, so the only thing I know that nuns do is, like, chores around the church? So, like, a nun stream would affect... The only thing that I can think of is if you were, like, a horny anime nun on a nun stream. That would be kind of funny.
Huh. I guess I could try to be horny. Right, I just...
Oh, okay, Annie brings up a great idea. We could have a confessional stream where you and me act as nuns, and then we have members of chat just confess their sins.
Okay, I get it. I see where this is going. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You seem pretty excited.
It might take some work. I don't know.
This could happen. I'm gonna put this in the we're thinking about it category.
How do you make bread and water soup again? I'll just check the video, but I'll definitely have it.
I remember, like verbatim. You take bread, you cut it up into squares, you fry it in oil, then you take the fried oil bread and boil it in water, and that's bread and water soup.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I could, I'll have that to break my fast after I do that.
Oh. Okay, I can't physically stop you from fasting because I've tried and you won't listen to me, but I do think it would be really funny if you broke your fast by eating wet bread and water soup.
Your home got obliterated last time you tried making bread and water soup. It... What was I saying? Where am I?
We were talking about the nun stuff.
Nuns! Whoa. Nun outfit. Wikipedia. Let's go. I fucking love Wikipedia. One moment. I'm going to the corner. Bray, you're too big.
Oh, maybe I should become smaller.
Yep, there you go. It's none of your business. Ooh, boop, boop. Religious habit. Uh-huh. This is the Buddhist monk uniform? Oh, I am still way too fucking big. One moment. There we go. Here's this, here's that, this. Religious clothing. Wow. What was the last anime nun you thought about?
What was the last anime nun that I thought about? Actually, I have a definitive answer to this. Me and Annie were talking about Keyworks, and
Yeah.
there's an anime made by Key very very recently called The Day I Became God, and the main character is a lolly nun, and so she was the last one that I thought about.
This?
Yeah.
Huh, I thought the guy would be the main character.
Well, okay, he is the main character, but he's also like I don't think he has that much of a character arc, so we're just gonna say that she's the main character.
Okay, so he's the main character.
He is the what's it called, the point of view character.
Yeah, okay. I was like, oh, I should watch this, but then I saw his face and I'm like, oh, I should not watch this.
It's a good anime. I will admit he looks goofy as all hell, but no, it's a key work, which means it's like Clannad. It's like fucking canon.
I've not watched either of those, Perea.
Okay, well, get into Keyworks because they're awesome. They're fun.
Like,
Everyone was crying last night at Clannad. Like everyone in call last night was crying at Clannad.
yeah, I thought I shouldn't show up.
It was a very quiet stream, Fluffy. You could have showed up if you were.
I would be in a
quiet.
monastery in the Dark Ages. Don't worry, I'll never watch Clannad at this point.
Oh no, that's a bad thing.
I wish I was that cute. One day. Maybe if I listen to enough anime lolly subliminal, it'll happen.
Oh my god, Fluffy. Knowing you and the way that you tend to think about things, I feel like you would make it a challenge. You would be like, all right, guys, I'm going to spend the entirety of spring break listening to anime lolly subliminals. And we, Fluffy, don't do that. And you would be like, I'm going to do it even harder now. That's just like the type of personality that you have.
What's your greatest sin, Zach? The wall, there's a whiteboard behind me and it keeps like catching some of my hair in its little metal bracket. It's really annoying. If that Prey is right. Well, one thing that I also do is I hate pseudoscience.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
really hate
know if I
pseudoscience.
would have a good time listening to obvious bullshit for a week straight. And then it wouldn't even work. It wouldn't do anything. What would I like make jokes about? Oh, hey, I listened to some bad rain audio for a week. That's not funny. There's nothing I can say about that. It didn't it's not gonna destroy my physical body.
That's true, but you maybe just after listening to all of it, you suddenly find that you could do the voice at the very least because you've listened to so much of it.
Well, the subliminals themselves honestly don't have that much of the voice in them.
Oh
because,
man.
first of all, you're supposed to listen to them when you go to sleep. Um, Second of all, um, again, it's mostly going to be different tones played at the same time and like background noise. Like, we can go fucking find one, actually.
Oh, are we gonna listen to one live on stream? Oh fucking hell. This is not gonna
Become
go
an
well.
anime girl subliminal. I'm gonna fucking get all of you. Become. Okay. I need one of the ones that's like a few hours long. Those are the ones meant to be taken while you're asleep. Uh, it used to be like everywhere. They're just not showing up. Become an anime girl in 8 minutes. What? I didn't know you could use the scroll wheel to adjust the volume. But see, this is just like lo-fi music.
What is this supposed to turn me into an anime girl?
In 8 minutes.
I don't feel like it. Well, actually I do, but that's just because I'm Perea.
Hey, Perea. Question.
Yes.
How tall is Perea the character?
Perea the character is canonically like either 5'11 or 5'10.
You're taller than Yuri.
Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, no, this is gonna turn you. This is nothing. This is just.
Okay. If listening to fucking Lofi Girl was gonna turn me into an anime girl, it would have done it already.
Why are we all the exact same height? Yeah, shit, we really are. How tall is Hope? How is Hope? Did you ever talk to Hope, Annie?
Okay, so not to like dig up too much, but Annie said during Clannad that they hadn't talked to Hope yet that
Okay,
day.
well, that's.
I haven't. Yeah.
You should go talk to Hope. Like, send Hope a DM. Be like, we need to talk. And then add like a gif of Shinji. Like right now. I mean, if you want
Okay.
to, but then you'd have to leave our stream, and I want you to be here.
Watch the rest of our stream.
Watch the rest of our stream, and then
when we log off, then it would be a good idea for you to at least plan for it. I don't see how listening to lo-fi is going to turn me into an anime girl, but you know what? It's like fine because it's just lo-fi. Oh,
It's
okay.
just water.
If water was going to turn me into a lolly, then I would be fucking a fetus by now. like, what are we doing? Are we like being serious?
There's so many Q&A questions. There's no comment. Like, the psychology of the dissolution disorder. That's just Paris syndrome for white people. You're gonna nuke venting? Fair enough.
That's fair.
I
did
really actually like the original joke, actually just posting vents. But like,
I think there's one way that we can salvage venting, and it's by literally enforcing the rule that if you actually vent in venting, it gets deleted.
Yeah.
Because like,
I think
as rude as that might seem, we have to do it. We have to.
I'm gonna turn you all into babies by listening to this shit.
Uh-huh.
royalty-free rain sound effect. That's gonna get you. I think like there was a time when venting was used like normally. Hey, I was playing ball, Annie. I posted vent JPEGs. What was the last vent JPEG I posted? Let's see. Oh yeah, no, the last thing I did was this.
that's that's not a vent though. That's technically and that doesn't follow the
And
rules.
that's
We got
the
to delete that. That doesn't follow the rule, but it's kind of funny.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. Yeah,
I
no,
don't
look, I
remember
posted
posting and
these
venting.
vents.
Yeah.
I think it was like specifically venting used to be used fine, but I think it was specifically when like Solaris joined the server and Solaris just didn't know what the channel was for. So so then it got fucked. Yeah. What was the first vent inventing? Are you guys talking about Bosch and Tim Pool?
Because that's a vent. Hello, Absconce.
I have Skoink.
Absconce, I want to tell you right now that I have such immense reverence and respect for you because you're one of the first people to join the stream and actively try to spell my name correctly.
Urea Piatel. Wow. You don't need this anymore. I can return to my seat.
You can go back to where you once were.
Hi, Absconce. How you doing? You doing okay? Everything going well in your life? You you think that your life is gonna improve in the next few years? Freya?
Oh, you were talking to me. I thought you were talking to
I was
Absconce.
gonna ask you the question. I was
Oh,
talking to
okay.
Absconce.
I see. What question were you going to ask?
You think your life is gonna improve in it?
I I think that my life has to improve in the next few years because I hit rock bottom back in October. So it
Uh-huh.
feels like the only place to go is up.
But what if you just became homeless?
That could happen. And
No,
if
Annie's tummy hurts. Oh God, no. This is the worst news I've ever heard. Ah, it's like the world's coming down. How could this happen? How could any of this happen? Oh my God. I'm so. Annie's tummy was like a pillar of like of the American psyche, and now that it hurts, what are we even gonna do? What can we look up to? What is true in this world? Where is God? Oh my God, I can't even
Fluffy,
do it
wait,
anymore.
Fluffy, did you just say where is God?
Yeah.
This is what you did to my friends.
I was not expecting such a raw ass line.
I know, right? That's crazy.
Holy shit. Don't forget to jerk off in your honor. Don't worry, Annie. I'll try.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start squeezing it one moment. Oop, pulling a dark side fill right now. This one goes to you, Annie. Wow. Wow, it's really flaccid. I don't think it's gonna change anytime soon.
Annie,
Whoa.
Fluffy's not doing it right. I can tell you, I am hard as diamonds right now. I'm thinking about you, and I am just fucking jacking my shit.
How about you? You look very. I'm not stab worthy. No one would ever stab me. No one would ever do that. No? You know?
Hmm.
If your next life depended on Fluffy coming, you'd just be screwed. Yep,
Yeah.
yeah, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my head hurts. Freya, what do I do if my head hurts?
I think you take ibuprofen.
I've actually never taken ibuprofen.
You take like acetaminophen?
Yeah, most of the
Okay.
time acetaminophen.
The people in my life always take ibuprofen, and I think it's because they also just have swelling under normal circuit. Like they aren't using ibuprofen just to deal with pain. They're also trying to lower their what is it? Their
I have an
inflammation.
idea.
Yeah.
I'm back.
They call me Profen because I be.
I would love to take ibuprofen with you, Annie. Annie, I'll be honest, when I was uploading your Orca girl today, let me pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I can remember how. Oh, wait, no, we're looking for. I'll log in. I'll log in, fix the effort. Um, it's like the same pose as the. Yeah, yeah. Do I even follow you? I thought I did. Maybe oh, I have you blocked. Can I even look at your. If if I have. Yeah, we can look at it. We can look at it though. We can look at it. We can
We
whoop
can look at
whoop
it.
whoop. Whoop. Let me return to this size. Let me go over here and boop boop. See?
There we go.
Plot. Let's go to Anne's illustrations. The orca. Yeah, this is just the let's take ibuprofen together.
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Be careful, there's tits. Oh yeah. Who give a shit? Um,
Everybody loves
Speaking
them,
of,
actually.
Anne Takamaki, huge tits, like, still gets likes and stuff. Like, what the fuck? Why
That makes
is
sense.
why is that so popular?
I mean, it's probably because of the second half of the title, right?
How you'll be I mean, Annie, yeah, no. So far I haven't posted anything to your account that's more popular than it. It's just people must just be like looking that up. You've done hyperboob more than one time, Annie. You do it like consistently, at least like half a dozen times a year.
I I will say this,
Annie,
Annie,
you either
most of the
draw people
hyperboob.
with like
No, no, no.
big boob or then hyperboob.
I will say this, Annie. Most of your hyperboob is in commissions, but you do draw it at least 5 times a year.
Like, yeah. I'm I'm so sorry, Annie. Zach, I don't think you've ever done hyperboob, have you? Interesting. Is there like hyperboob but for men? How the fuck can my camera even see my hand here? This thing has such a wide angle lens, it's ridiculous. So,
Fluffy,
huh?
did you just say hyper boob for men? That's literally called bara titties.
Oh.
Like they exist. The idea
Zach
behind
made hyperboob of Angela.
yes, I remember that. I didn't mention it because I was kind of thinking about something, but I remember Zach making hyper boob of Angela. Like, Fluffy, I think this
Huh?
would be a great exercise. This would just be a perfect exercise. If you want to see hyper boob on a man, look up the one Captain America drawing. What? I actually thought it would show up very quickly. Okay, scroll. I'm surprised it wasn't in the first couple of results. Okay, look up bad proportions Captain America. That might work.
I feel like my standard for hyperboob is if it's approaching the world record boob owner's boob size, that's hyperboob.
Uh-huh. Well, look up the image.
Where, uh, this is it, isn't it?
Yeah, you definitely were able to pick it out.
If it's big boobs on a more thick body type than trees. But yeah, no, Annie, you do hyperboob like a lot of the time. You did Miku earlier. You did those two ladies that you commissioned. And you got commissioned for, I think you did Angela. And then obviously you did Anne Takamaki. Like, yeah, Annie, I'm so sorry. Here, let me look at my collection of your drawings from 2024 and just check which ones are hype. Okay, so Ann Takamaki, obviously that's one. Let's check February. It's just still Ann Takamaki. In March you did not do Hyperboob. Um, Neither did you in April. In June, all you did was emotes for Solaris. Um, August, I'm gonna count Fat Tits Geo Geo. I'm counting Fat Tits Geo Geo because
I think that's fair.
yeah. Um,
By the way, Annie, I wanted to say, when you say draw, you want to draw more characters that are ironing boards. I am 100,000 a billion% behind that, and I feel like you should absolutely do that and then just send them all to me.
oh yeah, you did Boobs McGee, which is that's what you called the image, Annie. You called it Boobs McGee, which is really funny, and that's two characters, so that counts as two. Um, October, you finished Boobs McGee. I don't think Dwarf Annie counts. Dwarf Annie is not hyper boob. Um, November you did normal stuff, and in December you did Fat Tits Teto. So that's 5 hyperboob last year. Annie, I just counted it up. You did 5 last year. Um,
That's what I said. I said you did 5 per year, and then we find out you did exactly 5 last year.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Um, Annie should draw more women who are actually just ironing boards. Yeah, and maybe people in between those sizes too, because you do just have like you go straight to the size that Angela is at, basically, from 0.
Uh-huh. Oh, by the way, Annie, you don't have to feel pressured to do the in-betweens. Just like more of the small ones, that would be nice.
Hey, if you ever draw me, I don't have tits. Um, I mean, obviously. You should feel pressured to do all of them. Yeah, you're scared about attracting certain types of people. Well, why would you be scared of attracting Pratt?
I did say that I would be the person you're attracting there, so you don't have to
Um,
worry about anyone else
no,
if you just send them to me.
I think you'll be fine if you're scared of attracting, I guess, lolicons. Then just like don't draw children in a sexual manner, and you'll be
You can just
fine.
draw
You
adults.
can
Like
just draw like normal characters. Look,
there are definitely like it's really obvious when an adult has a flat chest. It's not like it's easy to mistake.
like even with like teenagers and stuff, it's easy to tell what like the artist's fucking intentions are. Oh, I forgot that my view screen was still on. Let me check for like an artist. Um, the specific artist I was thinking of. Whatever. I guess Unimi Khan also counts. Unimi Khan um basically never draws girls with big chests. Like ever. Like look at this. There's nothing there. But it's just like obviously not going to attract that type of person.
Annie, it's not a slippery slope if you only draw adults. Like you say, mundane art has a sexual energy to it. That's not a problem if you're drawing adults, is it?
I don't think this art has a sexual energy or is attracting anyone other than me who might want to fuck a dilapidated building. Um like yeah, no, this is a pretty good example. Man, Unimi Khan, you never draw tits, do you? But like, yeah, no, I don't think this person's attracting anyone. Um, it's like, so here's my thing. You don't even need to limit yourself to adults. You can just draw people normally. It's
Yeah.
fine. You'll be fine. It's not like people are going to sniff you once drawing someone with no tits and be like, oh,
Okay, no, hold on. Fluffy, you say that, but there was the fucking Mogeko Castle stream. Like, if someone wants to see something, they can.
okay, well, that was people, like, getting on Annie's case about it. I don't think that's who Annie's talking about here. Um, Annie, what I'm saying is, first of all, your audience is so small. I don't think you're going to attract those people. Second of, you'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. There's not like actually that many of those people, surprisingly enough.
Annie, I swear to God, I just like I will make sure to never mention your name to any of my of lolicon friends, and then you'll be safe. You'll be fine.
The sad thing is, Freya doesn't actually have any friends outside of us, so that's an obvious
Shut
lie.
up. Yeah, I mean it was an obvious lie, but you didn't have to be mean about it.
Yeah, you friendless motherfucker. Go outside for once in your life. My God.
I do go outside, you bastard.
Does it count if you're in Texas?
Yes. What the fuck does that mean? Do you think that this is one big roofed fucking area? Like you go outside and there's just a bigger roof the
Here's another
entirety of
artist I
Texas?
like. Here's Muji. Muji also just never draws people with tits, but like these drawings don't really have sexual energy to them at all, ever. Like, you're fine, Annie. What I'm trying to say is, I think you're overreacting. You can draw other things, but you draw what you like. Yeah, no, that's fine. But you did say that you thought you should draw more women who are just ironing boards, but you weren't because you were scared. That is the statement you made. I am talking about that specific statement. It's fine to draw what you like. It's fine. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm just like, if you're stopping yourself for that reason, it's a bit silly. I'm a bit scared about this knife being that close to my chest. Um,
Oh, I'm not gonna do anything. At least not until the other guys get here.
let me move the other side of you.
Oh, the other guys. Okay, so now it's just a ticking time bomb.
What do you mean? What are you gonna do?
Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Okay, be fine. You'll be fine. Everyone's gonna be just fine with me here. All of my friends will be just fine. Nothing bad can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, shit, did we run out of fucking oh, I paused it when we were listening to the subliminals.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we have to listen to more Robot Alchemical Drive OST. Robot Alchemical Drive, guys. Uh, um, Brain needs to work. Come on, Brain. Do your job. It's not. My brain doesn't want to do its job anymore. It's so sad.
Can we all hold a moment of silence for Fluffy's brain?
It's not dead. I'm
In
not
the
brainless.
arms of
I'm not. I'm not stupid. Okay? Do you believe me? I'm not stupid.
I don't think you're stupid, Fluffy.
I have a brain. It's not dead. I don't have like necrotic tissue in my head.
You do have the cyst, though.
Maybe the cyst makes me smarter, okay?
Maybe, but it also makes you baby, so.
I'm not baby! Look at how much bigger I am than you right now.
That's fair.
Your
No, you make
entire
a good
face could
point.
fit in my eyeball. I'm
And I
not
would like
baby.
it.
No,
Do
please
that.
don't. Please.
Yeah, I told you. It
No.
probably feels like a felt rug, and I want to be in there.
No, that's not. It's mostly water. Freya. You do know that eyeballs are actually more water than the ocean is water.
That's. I'm sorry. I know that what you're saying. I'm sorry. That's just so fucking funny to me. Oh man, Fluffy, you're a riot.
not rioting. I would never. I would die if I went to a riot. Jesus Christ! Now you got loud.
Guys, I think Nanao might be overdoing it.
Fluffy, I should be a riot. Why? Why should I be a riot? Why not? Well, I don't want to get hurt. I don't like getting hurt. Feeling pain is bad and it would make me cry. You know? You know? No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna get hurt. Okay? Zach, stop! Zach! Stop it! Stop! Stop it! Stop! I look like an idiot in this room. Hey, Preya, have you read any theory recently? Preya?
No, I'm just thinking. I read all of the posts on the Animoian Arts Discord server.
I don't think that's theory.
Yeah, but that's a bunch of communists talking, so...
Not theory, though.
Okay. Okay, how about this, Fluffy? I watched season 2 of Prisma Ilia.
Okay. Yeah, no, fair enough.
That's theory, yeah.
One moment, I need to check something. Let me go to the Anarchist Library. You know the one with the image of the girl?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I use that pretty regularly, just not recently.
What's the bestest anarchists ever?
The best one ever? I don't think that it's a good idea to idealize specific anarchists.
I need a book.
You can look up on anarchism and disability. There was a paper like that.
It's not there.
Damn it. It used to be. I read it on that site.
Should I read, like, Kropotkin?
I kind of hate Kropotkin, honestly. You can go ahead and read him, but, like... Maybe.
How do I spell
you know what? Go ahead and read Kropotkin, and then you're allowed to make fun of him, because I don't like the things that he says. At least not some of them.
Let me read some Matthew S. Adams here.
Okay.
In his memoir, Peter Kropotkin reflected on the occasional perils of ordering tea in Scotland. I had learned English in Russia, he wrote, and had translated Herbert Spencer's Principles of Biology, but I had learned it from books and pronounced it very badly. So I had the greatest difficulty in making myself understood by my Scotch landlady. I remember protesting that it was not a cup of tea I expected at tea time, but many cups. I was afraid my landlady took me for a glutton, but I must say that neither in the geological books I had read or in Spencer's biology Was there any allusion to such an important matter as tea drinking? So this is the guy? This is Mr. Anarchy? This is the guy that just wants the society where everyone riots all the time, because that's what anarchism is?
That's him. That's Mr. Anarchy, and his most famous quote is, "We should all destroy the concept of ever just talking to people, like, because in order to be like truly anarchist, you have to be entirely selfish. You have to only think about yourself and your own needs."
Wow.
Anarchism is just when we do like hedonism, but way worse.
Wow.
We should destroy all concepts in general. Yeah.
Anarchy is just when you say no and then the concept disappears. And when you...
I'm sorry, sir, but no traffic laws. And then they're gone. They just don't exist anymore.
Who enforces traffic laws in Anarchy Land, Correa? The anarchist police?
Yes, the anarchist police obviously do it.
Wow.
Obviously.
Who actually does traffic laws in anarchism?
The anarchist police.
Really?
Okay, it depends, because anarchism is not one fucking
in
idea.
Your anarchism.
In my version of anarchism, it's kind of complicated to talk about.
Okay.
Somebody stops you from driving.
Uh-huh.
And then they take you to the courthouse where you have to appeal your crime in front of a jury.
Who's that somebody? Are they like part of a group?
They are the police. They're the anarchist police, Fluffy. The closest thing that we have to them. I don't know what you would call them. They're not the fucking militia, but they like are the people that stop people from getting killed.
So it's police.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not afraid of the word police.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I feel
no,
like
no,
some
no.
anarchists are. I have met anarchists that would hate to call anything the police. I'm going to just use the word police to refer to anyone that enacts laws. And since my version of anarchism has laws, they do exist, there has to be someone to enact them, so there is a police.
Uh-huh. Okay.
The judicial system would be fundamentally different. There would be no judges at all.
Okay, then would it only be juries?
Yes, it would just be juries.
Would they have to be like juries who knew all the laws, or just like some guys?
Or everyone in the entire like commune would have to know the laws because they made them. Like they came up with them.
Well, there would be a lot of laws, and what if you're born like 4 generations down?
You still have to study the law, like in school.
So everyone has to study all the laws and know about.
Yeah,
them?
you have to know what laws. Yeah, yes. A large part of schooling, or maybe just like typical library stuff, is that you have to familiarize yourself with the laws, or you have to be able to access any law at any point in time if it's relevant to a case.
So there would be a nationwide everyone bar exam.
You say nationwide. Anarchism only happens on small scales.
There would be a micro-nationwide bar exam.
There wouldn't really be a bar exam, but you would have to, like, as a part of traditional schooling, you would have to learn all the laws.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So think of it more like the driving test. You know how when you do the driving test, you have to learn every single...
test.
You haven't. Okay. The driving test, the written portion of the driving test, requires you to learn all of the traffic laws.
Mm-hmm.
and then you have to take a test based on them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're not expected to be able to just like quote any law at any time the way that a lawyer can, but you have to be aware of all of the traffic laws so you can fucking follow them. And that's
Yeah,
just like
but I
imagine
feel
that
like you'd
for
have
the
doing
laws.
that for every single law would be a lot.
It would be a lot. But the thing is, you also just like in normal society have to be aware of what is illegal. You don't have to
Well, I
be
don't
able to
have to know
pass
what
a
it's
bar exam.
illegal for people who aren't me, like people running organizations and stuff,
Yes, that's
or what
true.
the
But that's the
FDA
thing, Fluffy.
thinks.
There's a reason why the library will always keep fully intact lists of all the laws, because since you're not expected to pass the bar
Mm-hmm.
exam, when something comes up in a case, you have to be able to research the specific law that you are dictating.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Would it
But yeah,
then
no,
be
like
easier to change the jury's opinion on how to interpret the law based on the argumentative skills of the prosecutor?
that's just how normal things work. And like the prosecutor is supposed to argue for their defendant about interpretation of the law. That's like
Mm-hmm.
normal judges
I
work that.
said
Sorry,
it.
normal.
Would it be easier?
Do you think it would be easier because they have to? Well, they don't have to. They learn every law and they have an idea of every law, but they probably aren't going to know the specifics
Yeah,
beforehand.
they.
No, because recesses are probably way more common in an anarchist jury, and the idea is that you should be able to have access to the law without being like pontificated to about like
Mm-hmm.
how you should interpret it.
Yeah, this
I,
is
I do
weird
believe
because my ideal judicial system is just Phoenix Wright.
that's actually kind of awesome, Fluff. I love Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, just that
That's
fucking insane system. You have 3 days to get to trial. You can
yeah.
just
I
bring up evidence in the middle of a court case that you haven't revealed to the other side.
which is like so obviously illegal. No, but to answer your question, Fluffy, in all likelihood, it there like very clearly would be a recess in the middle of court cases so that
Mm-hmm.
the jury can familiarize themselves with the specifics of the case and the specifics of the laws they're dictating without also talking to a lawyer about it. And then the lawyers would have the floor to be able to like do their slimy lawyer stuff. Because I do think that lawyers are probably still going to be around since
Mm-hmm.
you know what? I realized there is a version of anarchism where lawyers don't exist at all. And the reason for that is because the laws are written in a way more easy to understand, simple, less red tapey way. I don't know if I would live in this version of anarchism, but at that point, it would be not difficult for a person to defend themselves because they don't need to know a lot about. They don't have to pass the bar exam.
Okay,
They just need to know what their rights are.
and then after that happens, I guess who's the one enforcing the ruling? Is it the anarchist police again?
It's not necessarily the anarchist police. It's at that point because in anarchism, you probably can't be punished with like time. You're probably punished in some other way, or rather, there might not even be punishment so much as there is retribution. Like you have to do something to make up for the harm you caused. Like you don't go to jail, and you probably also don't get like a slap on the wrist. It's more like if you do something, you have to fucking fix the problem that you made. In the case of like a traffic court case, it's there's not really a way that you can. So in there might be like license suspensions at that point. You're not
License
allowed to drive.
suspension. Okay. What about murder?
Murder in the case of murder, there is a large part of what the jury is going to try and discern is not how to punish you, but like whether or not you still pose a threat to the community. I
And
do
if you
believe
do?
if you pose a threat to the community, like if you just love killing kids and you're like, I will never stop murdering children, you might just get fucking exiled, like thrown out of the entire city.
Okay. So exile is the main form of punishment other than like
Yeah.
community service.
There is another form of punishment. Let's say that you're a serial killer who kills young women, but you get along just fine with like old men.
Mhm.
There's a form of punishment that's not really punishment, where you're allowed to live a completely normal life, but with like a restraining order on young women. So you live in a neighborhood of old men and you're not allowed near young women, but then you're just a normal part of society.
Okay, but they would also have to stop you from getting out of that neighborhood. And all the old men that you're stuck with, have they also committed crimes? Or like, if an old man like her murders a bunch of young women, does the government just be like, hey, we need like 30 of the most geriatric guys to move into this town? No, they can't see their grandkids.
I was not around because something started burning in my kitchen. To answer your question as simply as I possibly can, Fluffy, um, it's like a case by case basis. In all likelihood, either you would be put in a place where there just aren't any women to begin with, just like because of natural the way that that's happened. If there's no suitable area, it's probable that you might be put in a place where other people with similar crimes have been placed. Like, so at the end
Okay.
of the day, like there might be neighborhoods with ex-felons and they're allowed to do normal shit. They're just not allowed near people who they would
So
hurt.
they're penal colonies, and you're not allowed out of them.
You're allowed out of them.
Wait, but then couldn't you just walk out and go kill people, or you just have to be followed?
It's not really that you have to be followed. It's the fact that like how do I describe this? Give me a sec. I'm also dealing with burnt food at the same time, so it's hard for me to think.
Mhm. Zach, how are you doing? What are you thinking? Zach, in your ideal worlds, what happens if I break traffic laws? Do the Zach police come and get me? Annie'll probably be fine, Zach. Oh no, I get beaten to death with hammers? Oh no. Aww. I don't want to be beaten to death with hammers. I would rather die in a different way. Zach, Annie's probably fine. Annie did leave, but Annie's probably gonna be fine. Too late. No! I'm gonna kill myself before the hammers can get to me. Yeah, you can't execute me if I've already executed myself. Can I do like the thinker pose with my head over here and try to maneuver my... I can't. It doesn't work. No, not my corpse. Oh, I don't want to be beaten with hammers. I'm gonna go back here. I don't want to be beaten with hammers. Okay? Okay? I don't think we'd be friends if you beat me with hammers. You don't think you're well read enough to answer the question of law enforcement? Mm-hmm.
Okay, Fluffy, I'm back for a moment. I managed to deal with the smoke. I'll go deal with the actual food itself later.
Okay.
But, do you want me to answer the question from before, or has it been too long? Have I lost my opportunity?
Yeah, no, like, so what's to stop our woman murderer from just leaving his little crime community to just walk over to the big city and just stab a bitch?
Okay, so the main thing is that there's not really a big city. You have to realize that anarchism happens on such a small scale that the jury that sentenced you to...
You think anarchism would abolish cities?
It's not that it would abolish cities. In all likelihood, cities would be split up into multiple communes.
Okay, but that's still just a fucking city, yeah? Even if it's multiple administrative divisions?
That's fair.
That's not even... The point is, he walks back to wherever he was exiled from and just stabs the bitch. I
couldn't hear you. What was that?
He walks back to wherever he was exiled from and just stabs a bitch. Yeah?
The point that I'm trying to get across, Flippy, is that it happens on a small enough scale that the people that sentenced you to with your sentencing are like the exact same people who just live there, and I mean everyone. And in all likelihood, these juries would be consistent of the entire community.
But it's not that hard to just sneak around a bit. Night or some shit. Neighborhood watches are not the most effective.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case, you could always just exile them.
Okay. So you just what? So then, if they come back, you'd have the police try to exile them again.
They can't come back.
Who would accept them getting exiled to their area, though?
Well, that is a thing. There, in any given part of the world, there are going to be hundreds of communes all living in close proximity to each other.
Yeah, but there's gonna be some commune who's gets the call about woman murderer needs to be sent elsewhere, and they're gonna be like, yeah.
Okay, would you prefer the penal colonies where they're not allowed out?
I mean, I guess. I'm just trying to figure out how this works.
The reason I shifted to just exile everyone was not because I actually believed it, but because you kept acting like I wasn't I haven't thought this out. Because I haven't fucking done it yet, Fluffy. I'm riffing.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I feel like there's a possibility. Anarchists are very against like limiting people's rights unless like they do something that actively endangers the public. In which case, like you have no choice. So, like, I feel like exile is not a thing they would do very often, except for the people that pose such a direct threat to human life they cannot be kept around. And in which case, I don't know where they would be allowed to go because they literally are just a person that wants to hurt people. But
Hmm.
for people that don't meet that requirement, that aren't that far gone,
I just want to figure out what's happening with our specific guy,
the traffic guy or
the
the
woman
murderer
murderer
guy,
guy.
the woman murderer,
Like we
would
figured out what happened with traffic guy. What about Mr. Murder Pants?
Mr. Murder Pants lives in a part of the city, since you use the word city, in a part of the city where women don't live. But there's a library, there's work, there's
Yeah, but he
everything.
could just
And
go to a place where women are.
yes, and okay, and here's the thing. When he leaves that area of town, he is monitored.
Okay,
Okay?
so there are people tracking him, like I said
Yes.
earlier.
I didn't think about. I was like, I don't think you would need that, but you kept pushing me,
This
and so I
guy's
guess
like
that's the
Jack the
best
Ripper. He has
option.
a weird fucking thing about ladies. He just
Yeah,
wants to go fucking stab them.
I'll tell you right now, Fluffy. I feel like we can get away with giving him a police escort if he's not in the area that he's like completely safe to be in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The important thing here is the fact that you have to be the area where you're sanctioned off, like the penal colony or whatever, has to have the exact same standard of living as everywhere else.
Yeah.
But because you are a woman murderer, you're not allowed into the rest of the city without someone
Mm-hmm.
watching you.
So you'd be in a specific penal colony for women murderers?
You would be in a specific, yeah, probably. Here's the thing: there's a chance that you might be sanctioned next to people who aren't woman
Well
murderers, but
then,
they are child murderers, or maybe just like racists that cannot actually live in the wider society because of what they
so
would
you
do.
take all of these extremists and just put them in a town together. I feel like this might breed some things that are
It
bad.
probably here's the
It
thing.
sounds like you're just
I
making race KKK zones.
it's just yeah, okay. Well, I'm not a fucking like what would you politician. So these are being sprung on me quite. I
My exact
legitimately
thought
don't know.
process was I don't know what to talk about. Should we talk politics? I have the
Uh,
communism tag. I haven't talked about that to you like since the last stream, and we don't talk about very much. So I'm like, sure, it seems like a fine topic. It's fun to think of hypotheticals.
yeah, no, it's fun to think of hypotheticals, but
Yeah, and
like
I like interrogating them.
yes, I understand. Anyway, I think that I should state the main goals of the anarchist, what would you call it, judicial process. The main goal is to find a way to reintroduce this person into society. And you're right that if you put a bunch of people who are all very bad in an area, even if you give them the right to live a normal life, they might
Hey,
like actively
Hollerite.
fight that.
How you doing, Hollerite? Yeah, yeah, they might.
And in which case, literally, your only option left is to exile them. You have to keep them away from the people that they can hurt.
Yeah, and then you need to figure out where in the world you're exiling your KKK colony to. That
There's,
makes sense
there's,
then.
if you can't find a place where they will fit in, it would be really bad. By the way, Flippy, I want to be clear that um, I never once thought that you would actually place them in a penal colony together. You kind of forced me to admit that, but in actuality, it is easier to just put them in an area of the city that's completely fine and connected to the rest of the city, but they're just surrounded by old men. And
Okay,
instead
but then
of
you're just taking a bunch
no
of
no
innocent old men and being like, you can't live with women anymore. We have to
no no
put
no,
you with the murder people just because they need their guys. Like,
that's a very funny way of putting it. No one's being forced to live there. I this is a
so we need
situation
to find
where
a bunch of old men who want to sign up to live with the murderers and not live with any of their relatives or any children.
well, when you're talking about old men, Fluffy, they don't live with their children or their relatives.
I mean, honestly,
They live alone.
I would hope that would get fixed.
You know what? I had never considered that, like, one of the societal issues we should tackle is elder loneliness. It never appeared on my radar.
Like, just the fact that, like, when someone gets too old and useless, that, like, at least here in the West, our main thought is to isolate them and put them in the old people box until they die so we don't have to think about them.
That is, yes. No, that's not something that would happen. It's more like they buy a home, they have a home, and then, like, their wife dies and their children move out. So just a natural consequence of the way that they live their lives is that they're now home alone.
Mm-hmm. Wait, they can buy a home under anarchism?
Well, you don't buy a home. You apply for one. You're like, I want to live in your city, and then they provide a home for you, or they build a home.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that
the housing authority is just the. I want to be clear that every authority, quote unquote authority, is literally just like the town hall meeting where everyone is there. So yes, they apply to the housing authority, which is the community directly.
So no one would have, like, a specialized administrative role.
Yes, there would be certain specialized administrative roles, specifically ones dedicated to.
Also, first of all, hi Hollerite. I've known you were here the whole time. I swear.
Fluffy's fucking giving me shit, and because I'm not
to give you. I'm just trying to ask, like, what I think are the relevant questions here.
Yes, but I'm not a society builder. I'm not the person that, like, knows all this shit.
You're the only person, anarchism I have, okay? How the fuck am I going? Like, I assume you'd want more people to believe in anarchism?
No, I don't really think that you guys would. Fluffy, you're a fucking Juche. Or at least you pretend to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's
just
trying
to understand at least how it works, because I think it's important to know how the things you nominally disagree with work. Otherwise, you're just saying, I don't like it, but you don't know shit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not the person to ask because I'm just the anarchist that you know. I'm not the anarchist.
Drag values down. I think. What the fuck are you talking about? Is Prey trying to create an anarchist society? I assume that was some batshit anime plot. Hollerite thinks these are basic questions.
These are not basic questions for someone who's, like, not a fucking, like, I am an internet person. I hope you realize that.
I mean, I feel like I'd have answers to these questions at least. They might not be good, and I might have to be like, oh, I'm gonna have to refer you to this other person to read.
Yeah, okay, if you allowed me to do that rather than just interrogating me, there's so many fucking things that I can refer to you rather than just listening to me, Fluffy. I know people on the internet who have laid out these societies in meaningful, acceptable ways where they've thought of everything. And it's not me, so could you please stop fucking asking me?
Okay, I'll stop asking you what you believe in and how it works.
I believe in an ideology, Fluffy. I don't believe in the fucking vague idea of something which we haven't even created yet. Because I truly believe the biggest step in anarchism is just fucking, like, getting to the point where we can even do it. And we're not there yet. So it's not worth thinking about what the like pie in the sky world would look
I
like
don't think you're
until
gonna
you can
get
actually
there
fucking do it.
unless you have something to tell people what you're actually doing.
No. Well, with anarchism, it's not really about telling; it's more about doing. It's like showing. So anarchists believe that like you can describe the perfect society to someone, and they'll never fucking believe that it's possible until you show them that it is. That's why anarchism probably will start by people actually just doing it. Like the way that works is like during a revolution, you free certain areas and then you start administrating them the way that anarchists would, and you
Mm-hmm.
defend yourself. Like, this is the reason why I find all your questions so stupid and bullshit. Even though they're basic questions, the fact is that none of this means anything until we do it, because no one will believe what I say. Even if I actually sit down and describe the society in such a good way that you have to bend the knee and be like, that makes sense. You could, just like the way that anarchism is talked about, you could still be like, that'll never happen. So it has to fucking happen.
Okay. I guess call me back when that happens. Ever. Whatever it is. That's gonna happen.
Also, I want to be very clear. You said earlier that I don't want to convince any of you. Specifically, I know the political leanings of everyone on the Anime Art server, and the ones that aren't anarchists. I'm not trying to fucking convince you of anything. Go ahead and believe whatever fucking you want, right? I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not trying to put up my best foot here, because I don't want you to believe what I believe, Fluffy. I don't care what you believe.
Okay. Well, you heard it, guys. I'm gonna keep being friends with Perea, but I now believe in whatever the fuck Robert Heinlein believed in. Yep,
Mm-hmm.
that's me. And this is gonna be perfectly acceptable. I believe that everyone should get in a big right-wing sex colony controlled by the military.
That sounds awesome, actually. That's
Oh
the
god.
coolest thing you've ever said, Fluffy.
Yeah, okay, I'll stop trying to understand an anarchism.
I can point you to references that would help you understand
Do
anarchism
it, I
better.
guess.
Okay, I'll send you reading material.
Yeah, do that. I'll read it. Because, like, at this point, you're making anarchism seem like whatever the West Wing thinks anarchism is.
What do you mean by that?
No plan, no nothing, just want change. Don't know how. Just
No,
angry.
there are plans, but they don't mean anything unless you can put them into action. The main reason why I say they don't mean anything until you put them into action is because when we describe our plans to people, they just don't believe us. It's not that they're bad plans, it's that you guys are so fucking cynical you don't care if they're good or not.
If I were to ever, like, join a revolution or an ideology, I would probably want to know what it was that I was rallying behind. Um, don't, like, oop, it's Pol Pot again. I just thought red was pretty, guys. I don't know what was happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, Fluffy, you don't have to worry about any of that.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. It's Christ's sake. What did anarchists get anywhere since like 1939? like I don't want to like be like, because like now I have to look for like places where anarchism did things to see what it is. Yeah, that's what you said. We won't know what it is until people try to do it. And the last time people tried to do it was 1939. And I don't think it's very I think it would be disingenuous to just look at those people from 80 years ago. Where the fuck is my robot music? Give me my robot music. Thank you. Man, Robot Alchemic Drive is such a good game. It's amazing. Wait, did my audio cut out again? My audio dead? No, don't switch my audio. My audio dead? My audio's dead. Oh shit. No, my audio is back. Oh, is it just Discord again? No. What? Hey, Prayer, are you talking?
I'm making a sandwich.
Okay. I was so confused. I had a sandwich earlier today. It had whole wheat bread and lettuce and tomato and 2 pieces of cheddar and 2 pieces of ham, because the food hall had, normally I have turkey, but the food hall had a type of turkey I didn't like. And that was my meal today. That was my one meal. I think I also had some yogurt, and that's what I ate today. Because honestly, on Saturdays, I only really get one meal, because normally I sleep in quite a lot because I'm fucking tired from the week. And then it's like lunch, so I have lunch, but then I have to get in here into this room early, so then I just can't have dinner, so then I just only have one meal on these days. Your dining hall won't be running for a bit, so you've been I assume you mean rationing, but it would be funny if you were just fucking ratioing a chicken. Get fucking pwned. Hmm. You ate fried chicken and a strawberry lemonade? That's nice. Wow. I wonder. You keep ratioing this chicken on Twitter, and the blue payout is enough to afford food. Yeah! I feel like if. One moment, let me stretch. God. I feel like if I tried to ratio a chicken, the chicken would probably ratio me, even if it was dead. 'Cause I'm not the best at argumentation skills. keep hearing the little sounds from Gray's mic, which I assume is sandwich making. I'm not sure. There could be a mouse escaped in the room, bumping things. You know? I'm gonna test something. Hold this up to the camera, will it? Nope, that did not detect it. I was thinking of how Perea used to, when she would leave, but she had the Miku poster behind her, her model would start tracking on the Miku poster. And I have my little figure of Teto here, so I thought, what if I held her up to the camera? Yes, I did take her from my room to the study room with me. I thought that it might track her face, but no, it didn't. It did not work. Freya's famous mouth? Yeah. You know, what if what if there was like a guy and what if there was a guy and he was balding. There was a balding guy, a balding man, and he was like fucking like high cheekbones. You're imagining this guy, balding man, high cheekbones, a bit skinny. And this guy with high cheekbones and he's balding. He's in like a very official looking military uniform. Yeah. And he walks around like that every day, and he just thinks he's so cool. Okay? Got it? Good. And this guy, balding man, high cheekbones, military uniform. He has friends. He's a bunch of friends. He's like a really nice guy. He tells good jokes and stuff. And he kisses one of his friends. He kisses one of his friends a lot. And they're both boys, and they kiss. Yeah. But his friends are secretly, they're scared of him. His friends are scared of him, not because he's a bad friend, mind you. He's not a bad friend. High cheekbones, balding head, military uniform, not a bad friend. Kisses one of his friends. But they're scared of him because he has too much military. He's just too cool with his military uniform. And then they stab him. And even his boy who he was kissing stabbed him. Forgot what he looks like? Can you describe me? Okay. Man, high cheekbones. High fucking cheekbones. Balding. Like, still his hair around the sides of his head, not on the top anymore. Not on the top, you know? Fuck. Military uniform, very official. He has a bunch of friends. They all fucking killed him. Even his best boy. Wouldn't that be crazy? Would that be crazy if it happened, guys? I'm getting scared just thinking about it, you know? Oh god, I'm getting lightheaded. Oh no, where do I go from here? Where do I go now? Where do I go? No. I don't want this to happen. I don't want any of this to happen. Are you guys okay? You guys okay? Is everything fine? We remove Perea. Is everything okay? I don't know what's happening anymore. I was just thinking of this guy and it scared me, and I feel bad for him, but I don't feel bad for him. Oh my god. Whoa. I'm like here. Dude. That's cool. Wow. Wow. You know? Dun, 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 dun. No more dancing. I need to be serious, okay? What's a serious thing we could talk about? Because we talked about politics, yeah? That didn't go well. Politics did not go well. You know? I gotta lock in. I gotta fucking lock in. You know? It's a smart thing to talk about. That's not politics. Or science. Science is the hot button issue. Did you know we actually don't know of any habitable exoplanets? That's crazy. Anytime you heard of someone saying like, oh, this is a planet in space that we could definitely live on, they're bullshitting you. There's problems with all of them. We're just talking about that? Wait. Oh. Great. All right. It's good that you were just talking about that. I'm just trying to stay in frame right now. We can go over here and over here. Here. But yeah, no. We don't even know if humans can live long-term in below Earth gravity. Could be almost no planets at all that are habitable. Yeah, but I meant more from like the trio of atmosphere, liquid water, and not a gas giant. We need to protect and take care of the Earth and all the living things on it. You're so right. I wonder what's on Freya's sandwich.
Chicken, mayonnaise.
Just chicken and mayonnaise?
I had to throw it together after I burned the fucking rest of it.
That's sad. That's the saddest sandwich I've ever heard of.
Yeah, Fluffy, when you cause a fire in your kitchen, you're not thinking about making the fucking world's best sandwich.
But I would be.
And that's why I'm gonna stab you.
No! You're not gonna stab me, are you? This is /J. /J.
/HJ.
What half's the joke? I don't get it. What half is the joke?
The half that's the joke is the part where it's only me.
No! You're not gonna stab me, are you? I'll never ask you about anarchism ever again. I'll like disregard all of your beliefs and just think it's a baby ideology that I shouldn't ever be curious about.
I understand your curiosity, Fluffy. I'm a VTuber. I'm not smart.
People can still talk about fucking politics when they're not smart. Like at the point when you're in such a niche ideology as communism or anarchism is here, you're kind of expected to know some things about what you believe in.
I do know like important things about what I believe in, Fluffy. It's just that for me, what's much more important than like knowing exactly how we handle the woman murderers is knowing what fucking actual human ideals society is geared towards. Because my disagreements with capitalism aren't the fact that when someone murders a bunch of women, we put them in prison and then we specifically have a thing called solitary confinement. I don't like that, but it's not my fucking problem with capitalism. My
Also,
problem with
those aren't
capitalism,
things inherent to capitalism.
exactly my fucking point, Fluffy. The way that I'm describing like the criminal justice system is not specific to anarchism. It's just a solution that gets explored. Because the fundamental thing that made me turn towards anarchism was the things that it prioritizes on a society-wide level, and the specifics are really like the whole point of the fact that the specifics are easy to swap out is the fact that the society has to function. So if you just decide to do certain things and then they suck, like the way that you described they would, you have to be able to change them.
Hmm. Things that drew me to communism were a lot of the specific ways in which it was described to work, which I believed would lead to better consequences for people instead of
I
whatever its
believe
ideals were.
I believe that if you described a version of capitalism that worked, I still wouldn't like it, Fluffy, because of what its fundamental beliefs about human beings are. It doesn't matter that capitalism doesn't work. It's just a bad system.
I believe capitalism's a bad system because it doesn't work. If
I
it
believe
worked,
that
I wouldn't give a
capitalism,
shit.
yeah, exactly. That's the core difference here, Fluffy.
Like,
If
if
capitalism worked,
everyone was
you wouldn't give
happy,
a shit.
yeah, because
Yeah,
everyone would be happy and no one would suffer unjustly or whatever. And
if
that's literally
capitalism,
all I care about. But the
this
problem with capitalism is that it doesn't do that.
it depends on how you define working, because I feel like what you're describing is kind of very idealistic, but it's possible that you just didn't describe it well.
I mean, like, I define working as a system that creates the best opportunities physically possible for the people on Earth. Um, yeah, working is a very vague term, but like if a system quote unquote works but also produces bad outcomes, then I don't think it works fully.
Well, then that's like what you're describing there is kind of like literally running down the inside of a funnel because you're saying that in order for a system to work, it has to be a system that would agree with my ideology, with my ideology being that people are not harmed. And so, like, obviously, now it's a moot point. If a system working is that it doesn't hurt people, then my ideology is that the system doesn't hurt people. And so now we're just talking about the same fucking thing. It
What
works
the
when I
hell
agree
are
with
you
it.
saying?
That's you literally just described that you wouldn't care about capitalism if it worked. What do you define as working? When it does what I think societies should do, okay, then that's just what you want. That's not like there's no possible way
Okay,
you
then
could
what would
disagree
you
with that.
describe working as? Because you said I would disagree with it even if it worked. What do you mean by
Working.
if it worked?
Working is a system that does not eat itself.
The
Capitalism
bare
always leads to
minimum?
fascism. The very bare fucking minimum.
The shit ass definition.
Well, that's the only way that you can define it in such a way where you can disagree with it. Because what you described was just if capitalism was good, then it would be good. Like, no duh.
Yeah, and what you described, capitalism already works, I guess.
It doesn't. Capitalism constantly is a slope towards fascism. That's not like a failure of the system, it's how the system works. It
Fascism is
always
just
behaves that way.
capitalism again.
Yes, and that's what I'm
And
saying. It's a
capitalism
system
has
that
been
eats itself.
self-sustaining for about 400 years at this point.
It's not about how long it takes to fail, it's that it's inevitable that it's going to fail.
Hmm.
I don't think I would need to describe to you why fascism eats itself as well. But if fascism is the inevitable result of a capitalist system, if you give it 500 years, fascism eats itself very quickly.
Okay.
It's not a stable system at all.
Hmm. So you would also not describe like feudalism or anything as stable.
No, feudalism isn't stable because of the fact that even though it took many hundreds or even like depending on how far back you define the concept of feudalism versus specific monarchies, thousands of years, it still was inevitable that in a society that has ever increasing knowledge, feudalism would never continue to be predominant.
Okay. What did I ask that made you say the sentence, if capitalism worked, I would still disagree with it?
I Part of me
Because I feel like
doesn't
now
remember.
knowing your definition, whatever question I asked was not answered by whatever the fuck you said.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know.
Well, part of me just doesn't even want to remember at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think what matters right now is at least what we have. No, fuck it. Fuck those goddamn motherfuckers. Babies. Everyone is determined to never give me a straight answer on anything. This specific song is very funny as the one that came on right now.
I I can't hear it. Here,
It's the
let me turn it
basic,
on.
like, happy school days one.
Oh, that's very funny. That's very funny.
Like, oh my god. I'm sorry, Cray, but I'm losing respect for anarchism. My god.
Fluffy, the fact that we talked about this at all made me lose respect for you.
The fact that I asked, okay, sure. Fuck you, respect.
I mean, like, that's fine.
You barely had respect for me in the first place, honestly.
That's wrong. You know very well that I like you.
To like something and to respect it are two different things.
Okay, all right. I can't change your mind. You project your insecurities on other people. So what am I supposed to say to make you think that I like you and respect you at the same time?
I know people who do respect me. It's not like that's impossible to do, buddy. I don't know. I think I'm just a bit offended that you got mad at me asking basic ass fucking
It's not.
questions
I'm.
and being interested in what my friend believed the world should be like, which seems... I know I'm angry now, and I shouldn't be. It just kind of feels like you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and I'm sitting here like I have to keep talking. It's like if you knew a friend who converted from atheism to some religion. Like, you have to keep respecting them, but then you have to think, do they have any material basis for this? No. Are they just an idiot now? I hope not. Kinda now. Like, I kind of thought what would happen is like what happened last time we talked about this, which was honestly super informative. Informative? No, I said it right the first time. And I felt like I learned a lot, and I respected you more because of that. Even
That's
though you
because the
didn't have
last
all
time-
the answers, I feel
The
like
last
I
time we
understood
talked
more
about
what you
this.
believe.
The last time we talked about this, we talked very specifically about what I would describe as like national politics,
Yeah.
which is something that I have specifically studied about anarchism. I never actively looked into how anarchist policing works because I was quite upset with the concept of policing. And at the time, I was more interested in how communes interact with each other because to me, the most interesting, or rather wild thing about anarchism was the fact that it's not a one nation. I was like, how can you work together on large scale projects or even form like a functional society when everyone is on their own in like a grander sense? That's what interested me. And so I haven't studied anarchist policing, but I have studied anarchism, Fluffy. I guess I just didn't do the whole fucking thing right. So that's why I'm giving you bad answers.
Mm-hmm. You ever been on your own? You ever had a dream, Rod
That's a
Gozenia?
new person.
This is a great time to come in. Like, yes, I've been on my own before. In what sense? Like, physically just alone?
Right now, you're physically alone because there's no one else in that room with you.
My gut biome's always here. In the woods? Yeah, I've been alone in the woods before. At night, even. It was fine. You ever been alone in the woods? Hunt to survive? No. I'm not Ted Kaczynski. Have you ever been alone in the woods and had to hunt to survive, Perea?
No. We don't even have woods in this area. I have to drive quite a ways before I get any area large enough to be described as a woods.
Wow. Have you ever been on a deserted island, Perea?
No.
Have you ever been in the woods, had to hunt to survive, the Rod Gozenia?
No.
Why are you saying no? You're not the Rod Gozenia.
I honestly thought you were just fucking making up words at the end there. I forgot that that was that guy's name.
Yes. Okay. For you, sounds like it must have sucked. You live in the woods.
I genuinely thought you were vocalizing in the same way as that one guy when he says "my Sharona." Or Michael Jackson when he goes he
How
who.
do you get internet in the woods, Gozenya? Catch worms and eat them with right up with a big drizzle of mapley syrups. You ain't that poor? Okay. So it's just like a rural area. Cool. My grandma lives in the woods. It was a pretty nice place. It was like pretty near to the coast too, so you could just walk out for like 10 minutes and then boom, massive cliff into the water. Real easy to kill yourself after getting depressed in the woods. And I remember there was also an old military bunker over there. Then like I just took a book out and went to the bunker by the ocean and read the whole book. And then when I got back, my grandmother was very worried about me. So why do you ask if we live in the woods? Just curious. And how's your sandwich, Perea?
Oh, I finished it. I finished it before you even addressed me.
I thought you were quiet because you must have been eating.
I was, yes. I like the moment that you said my name or like asked me a
Okay,
question
well, how was
was
your
like right
sandwich?
after.
I did say, okay,
How
how,
was it?
yeah.
I didn't quite like the wheat bread as much because it was really small compared to the bread that it or the white bread that it originally came on. But I burnt that white bread, so the mayo and the chicken was nice. I liked that I had a spicy chicken sandwich, so I liked the
Zach,
spice.
don't you basically live up in the woods? In them hills? How'd you get that sandwich? How did you get that sandwich, Perea?
How did I got it from my fridge.
Awesome. Hey, Rod Gozenya, are you on Facebook? Your family doesn't hunt though, you're still on the grid? Yeah. It's like I just thought, I wonder where that username comes from. So then I looked up the Rod Gozenya and a bunch of Facebook accounts popped up. Close enough to a few small towns so can get your shopping done. Yeah, fair enough. No Facebook? Ah, okay, fair enough. Um, hmm. Crap. What can talk?
What can talk? I think humans can talk.
Wow. What do humans talk about?
They tend to talk about other humans.
What other humans should we talk about?
Maybe we should talk about
You live in
this.
Nicaragua? Oh, that's cool. We should talk about Nicaragua.
Okay, we'll talk about
I don't know
Nicaraguans.
much about Nicaragua. I probably should know more. Um, I at least know where it is, though. But we can do the fun thing. Come on. I'm going in my corner. I just have to accept that. Ooh. There we go. And docs. Dude. Look at Nicaragua. Not a lot of Street View coverage. Maybe Bing has better. Um. Oh, isn't this where they want to build that? There's always been a plan to build like an anti-Panama Canal up here, correct? Northeast. Sick. This is northeast. Let's take a look at it. Freya, what do you think of this place?
It looks nice. I like the trees. They're all small, but it's still like they're fairly dense.
Good radio tower.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, up here in the Pacific Northwest, I'm used to like really fucking tall trees. So, um, again, I'm sorry for mentioning her so much, but when I went out to my grandma's place, all of the trees there were only like 4 meters tall, which is yeah, like twice the height of a person, but they're fucking short. And I was like, huh?
Yeah.
I was so disorientated by the fact that the trees were like tiny. Um,
Uh-huh.
but these trees aren't even as small as that. These are decently sized trees, I'd say. Um,
Yeah.
your neighbors have chickens and have offered you some eggs, and your parents refuse to eat them. You try one though, especially with the hellish ordeal that's buying eggs nowadays. You would also love to have ducks one day, maybe, or goats. That does sound nice. Sadly, I've not had duck yet. I keep trying every year to tell my family that we should get a duck and eat it because I just want to know what duck tastes like. And they say, "Oh yeah, we might do that," and then they never do, and I'm like, "Aw, I want to try a duck." I mean, I also want to try to eat a dog one day. I want to try to eat any animal that is edible at least once. See your brother-in-law's apiary? Maybe I should. Maybe it would be good. Um, Freya, do you have any foods you want to eat?
Well, it depends on what you do. You mean foods that I have not eaten that I'm interested in eating?
Yes.
Or- Okay,
Oh,
that's
this
a
horse
very
is
different question.
skinny. No, skinny horse. Your legs are even more breakable than most horses. You're gonna like trip and then they'll turn you into glue. Won't even get to become an IKEA meatball. Anyway, sorry I cut you off, Prey. What are you saying?
I've never had soba, like specifically the way that they serve it, cold noodles, and then you dip it in sauce before eating it.
Yeah, no, I haven't had that either.
I want to try it. I really
Ceviche,
do want to
eat
know what that tastes
ceviche.
like.
Ancient. Or ceviche? The Peruvian dish? Tropic. Oh, I fucking love fish. Yeah, no, this looks good. This looks Alaskan shit. This looks fucking good, man. I fucking love fish. Freya, do you like fish?
I love fish. Fish is one of my favorite things. Whenever I go to a restaurant that has a seafood menu, I usually get something from the seafood menu.
What's the history of this? Ceviche, whatever. Is a cold dish of fish marinated in citrus and seasonings. Okay. Get large, so chat might be able to see. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Is recognized by UNESCO as an expression of Peruvian traditional cuisine and is an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This is an intangible cultural heritage. Damn! That's big fucking props for a food. I don't think they've made like what's an American food? Like when I tried to think of American food, all I could think of was burgers, Perea. What do Americans eat?
That is
What the fuck?
burgers is definitely the first thing that people think of,
They
like at
haven't
least
made
foreign.
like mashed potatoes and
Yeah.
gravy with some biscuits a cultural heritage.
Honestly,
Because honestly, I
there's
hate them. I hate.
yes.
I don't like biscuits. I don't like mashed potatoes. I don't like gravy.
I'll tell you
Not
this
good.
right now, Fluffy. From the perspective of a foreigner, hamburgers probably seem like the quintessential American meal. But what do you actually make on the 4th of July? It's hot dogs. I think hot dogs are way more American.
Corn. Wayne has
Oh, no,
nothing.
corn is a very good. No, corn
Well,
is
but corn is a
uniquely American.
concept. I don't think that's. I think the Mexicans have us beat when it comes to corn, at least.
But no, Fluffy. The Mexicans have us beat on corn, the concept of corn. But on actual use of corn, America has so many fucking corn byproducts, and because America is the one place that subsidizes corn to such a significant degree,
Yeah, I forgot.
Americans consume more corn starch than any other fucking person per capita
Oh
or any other
god.
country. So yeah, corn in its base raw form, that's a Mexican thing. But corn, the broad idea of like corn starch, that's uniquely American.
Oh no, we're stuck with fucking cornstarch.
Or technically, you could say we're stuck with corn syrup.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Maize is not necessarily Mexican. Oh yeah, no, I know. I just said I had to think of the first place that did it better. Cause like, what the fuck do Americans have with corn? Buttered corn? Cornbread? Buttered corn is fine. I fucking hate cornbread. But yeah, no, maize comes from fucking all over the Americas. Um, it was really important. Just it was as important over here as like wheat was for most of the old world. Um, origin. Supposed to relate to sorghum. Making wheat in. Uh-huh. Four species of geosynthase. I just want a fucking map. I just want a map of where it be. Can I please? Top maize. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, we do make 31% of all maize in the entire world. Followed by China. Damn. Well, then don't say it. Don't say what? Love the chat, but serious. What am I not supposed to say? What am I not supposed to say?
I don't know. Red 40? What?
I wasn't the one who said...
Okay. Maize is not necessarily Mexican. Don't say it, love chat, but seriously. Are we saying that we shouldn't use the word corn? Because, like, of that, like, maize is not necessarily Mexican thing.
Oh no, Mexico only makes 2% of all corn.
That's,
what the
you
fuck?
know what, this is one of those Americanisms. It's just because they're right there, but we're like so completely. By the way, the United States being on top makes objective sense. Like I said, okay.
Mexican?
They meant,
Don't
yeah,
say
Mexican.
that the Mexicans have us beat in terms of corn food.
It's, I mean, it's obviously not correct.
Okay, I
saw
guess
the fact.
we have the Mexicans beat in terms of corn food.
Yeah, if you
But
consider.
I fucking hate cornbread. No.
Yeah, no, you might not like corn products, Fluffy, but they are everywhere.
Let me look at this. Wow. So sad. Algeria has no corn. Why is Canada growing corn? Whatever. Don't assume. Don't assume that Mexicans have us beat in terms of... I mean, I still think in terms of America versus Mexico, in terms of corn, I think Mexico is better at corn than America is. Like, it might not be the best place. I don't know what the best corn place is. Best corn place might be Mali, for all I know. But I think I can at least safely say that they're better at it than the United States. Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's... Every time... Okay, here's the funny thing. Every time they have to show Laos on a map, and show like the geographical center of it, it always gets weird. You don't get it. Don't assume corn is Mexican. Corn isn't... I know that corn isn't Mexican. Necessarily. I know I was not saying that. If you thought I was saying that, that is not what I was saying. Like, I know a lot of places in the Americas do corn. Native Americans, wild Peruvians, fucking everywhere had corn, and it was very important everywhere. I just sat through... here's an interesting thing. In, pre-Columbian Cusco, at the... Oh, fuck, what was that building called? Incan metal corn. Okay, there was some very important temple in Cusco, uh, where outside of it, they just made an entire garden out of like, oh, this is it. It's in Berlin for some reason, out of metal, like gold and silver and stuff. Um, and this is interesting because gold and silver weren't like the most precious thing in that economy. The most precious thing in the Incan economy was actually textiles, like clothes and stuff. It was very regulated and whatnot. Gold and silver weren't as important. Your squirrel is pissed. You're a gringo, but she's pissed. Huh? You have a squirrel? I didn't. I didn't know you were. I thought you would have been from Nicaragua. Okay, I guess. Cool. I feel like. What was I? Oh yeah, the cool fun facts. Okay. But yeah, no. They make your fiance is your squirrel. Oh, interesting. That's certainly something you can call people. Why why is your fiance pissed? This music is starting to annoy me. Like, oh my god, I get it. Robot Alchemic Drive is funny, but oh my god, this OST is going to kill me. About the corn. I don't know what else to say about the fucking corn thing. Okay? Um, like, all I was trying to get across, we were trying to figure out what American food was. And then I tried to say that I don't think we should consider corn the quintessential American food because other places like Mexico do it better. And then we got into a whole thing about it. I don't even like corn.
Yeah.
I don't even like corn. Khrushchev? Oh, yeah, no, Khrushchev would say that. Khrushchev corn. Let's take a look at Khrushchev corn. Um, have you ever pissed a Hispanic lady off? Yeah, I think. I think I did something wrong at work once, and then like one of the full timers who was a Hispanic lady was like vaguely mad at me. Um, it was fine though. Everyone was chill. Um, anyway, I want to know about the corn thing. Yeah, here he is. This guy. Corn. No chill. Hmm. Well, I guess I should say I apologize to your fiance about wording what I meant wrong, probably. Um, it's like RFK behind him. Oh my god, it does. That does look like RFK. Freya, you see it, don't you?
I see it. Yeah. That's
I hope that
just
guy
that
doesn't
actually
have a
looks
brain
insane.
worm. Let's look at RFK.
Yeah, no, side by side, that would be
Oh, that
great.
no. Bro, oh my god. How is this man real? He doesn't. He looks like a a political cartoon of a shitty American politician. Like he looks like a caricature. How is he real?
Yeah.
He's so weak. Isn't that actual picture of him? You think RFK has ever played with little toy cars by spinning their wheels but not making them drive? Oh, definitely. Everyone's done that. Why is he's fucking insane? Is that the bear he killed and ate with the body of? No, no, that's a different bear. Um, the RFK bear story. Um, my
I,
God.
I feel crazy whenever I bring up the RFK Bear story because the last time I brought it up, I think you didn't know about it, Fluffy, and then the time before that I brought it up, it was because someone in Annie's server, maybe like Hope, didn't know about it. Every time I talk about the RFK Bear story, I'm surprised to learn that there are still people that haven't heard it.
I I guess hi Furtive. We're doing we're somewhere. We're somewhere. You want to hear about the RFK bear thing? So apparently he ran over a bear in upstate New York, and then he thought, well, I guess I'll skin the bear. So he put it in the back of his van. Um, apparently he was too busy falconing. A busy day of falconry, and then had to rush back to New York City for a dinner at Peter Luger's steakhouse, which ran late. And then he had to go to the airport, but the bear was in his car, and he didn't want to leave the bear in the car because that would have been bad. Um, he just so happens to have an old bike in his car, which someone had asked him to get rid of. He recalled that the city had just put in bike lanes. Um, and then he decided to put the bear in Central Park as if it had been hit by a bike. No, he didn't eat it. He went into Central Park, which I think that's a big park in New York City. I don't really know. I assume it's a park in the middle of the city. Fuck it.
I really, I
Huh?
I don't know a lot about Manhattan Island, Fluffy. I literally know like barely anything about New York in general, but I at least know that Central Park is in the middle of Manhattan.
Like, I guess it's called Central. It must be in the middle.
Yeah, it's not
I
in the
think
middle of
I've
New
heard of it
York.
before.
It's not in the middle of New York. It's in the middle of the Manhattan Island
We
specifically.
hunt. You only kill what you eat. Yeah. I guess. Well, he ran over this bear accidentally. I guess. Uh, and he said we went and did that, and we thought it would be amusing for whoever found it. Um, Yeah, so then it became like a huge police scene. Um,
There was a news article, or sorry, a news segment about it, and people were talking about like the person who killed the bear, like they were a fucking monster and a freak.
so then the mystery was unsolved until 10 years later when Robert F. Kennedy um, said that he put a fucking bear corpse in the middle of a city park for some reason. It's the most intense. What's something that isn't Robot Alchemic Drive? Uh, was it called Forgotten Labber? OST. Give me that OST. I like this one. That's none of this is what I was looking for. Labyrinth 3 OST. Yeah, sure, whatever this is. There we go. He also has a worm in his brain. How much of his how much of RFK's brain is gone? I want to find that out. In 2010, a worm got into his brain, ate a portion of it, and then died. Kennedy had been suffering from cognitive difficulties. Doctors suspected that it had been a brain tumor, but it turned out to be a pork tapeworm larva. Zach was the worm. Who was the worm? Right, you've been really quiet recently. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I just don't really have much. When we were talking about corn, I have never liked corn, so I had nothing to say.
You gotta take care of the horses, and Squirrel wants you to get some sweets. Go get him. I believe in you. Have a nice
Yeah,
one, Gazenya.
yeah. Bye, Gazenia.
Ray, you can literally say literally anything, and it'll start a conversation.
I'm not okay. Fair enough. I just obviously Gazenia really wanted to fucking bust your beef about corn.
It was fine. That
So
that ended minutes ago.
okay, all right.
And
It's just I. There are some times when I feel like I don't want to detract from what conversation you're having.
okay, well at this point I'm just looking up random things about RFK brand.
Okay, fair enough. I'm legitimately like I woke up really early today. For some reason my alarm went off 2 hours earlier than it was supposed to. So especially
Mm-hmm.
because last night we were watching Clannad until 12 a.m.
Yeah.
And then I woke up 2 hours earlier than I was supposed to, so I only ended up getting like 5 hours of sleep. Um, I'm probably gonna crash before it hits 12. Well, 12 where I am, that would be 10 where you are.
Yeah.
And so that's in like less than 30 minutes now.
Oh, you're like the opposite of me, where I can like fight to stay awake as long as possible, and I don't talk less, I just get stupider.
I actively have tried to do that in the past and it doesn't work. Like the longer I fight to stay awake, I'll just fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's also probably why I'm being quiet rather than introducing new topics. Because like
Yeah.
I hear you guys talking about corn, and then I'm sitting here like not generating ideas. I'm just intaking information.
Wow,
So
I'm
I'm just
better at being sleep deprived than Perea.
yeah. You can take
No
that.
matter what, I am still constantly scared of not being entertaining.
Uh-huh. And that's why you just get crazier the more sleepy you are.
How was I when I was sleep deprived? I don't remember a lot.
Uh, every time you've been sleep deprived multiple
Oh,
times,
just
and it's
this
like,
week.
yeah, this
That
week.
was probably the most sleep deprived. Also,
Yeah,
sometimes I do just get loopy without being sleep deprived.
that's fair. When you get sleep deprived, you tend to do this thing where you sound like you're already half asleep. Like your voice gets very low and gravelly, and that's why whenever anyone joins the call and you're sleep deprived, you say hi, and then they go, Fluffy, you should go to bed. Do you remember the fact that people always do that to you?
Not really.
Yeah, when you're sleep deprived, everyone can tell the moment they talk to you. But the thing is, you're able to stay awake. So
Yeah.
you talk about your normal stuff, but you sound like you're already sleeping.
I'm like a dolphin. I'm able to one eye open. When
Yeah.
we make RFK headcanons, I don't think anything I could say about him is crazier than the truth.
No, you're right. RFK is just way fucking weirder. Uh,
Yeah.
Wayne Larva, just to put this into perspective, if you were asked to say the weirdest thing you could about RFK, would you have come up with the idea that he hit a bear and thought it would be fucking hilarious if he put it in the middle of Central Park, rotting and decaying, and just pretended like it was a bike accident instead of him hitting it with his fucking car? Like why in RFK's mind was the idea of a car crash with a bear less funny than the idea of a bike crash with a bear? And why did he think that the joke would be funnier if it was in Central Park?
Hey, Priya, if you can't make up stories about RFK, make up a story about me. What's something I would do?
Something you would do, Fluffy, is someone would like write a Tumblr post that said something like I what's the Tumblr post?
Someone wrote a Tumblr post called "What's the Tumblr Post?"
No, give me a minute because I can really sell home my point here if
Okay.
I can just figure out the right post.
I talk about Tumblr posts that often. You're
You talk about
procrastinating.
them a
Procrastinating's
moderate amount.
awesome. Huh?
You talk about them a moderate amount, Fluffy, more than anyone I know, at the very least. You don't talk
Mm-hmm.
about them more than any other type of internet post, but I don't hear other people talk about Tumblr, and so you always talk about Tumblr in my mind.
Okay.
But like someone will make a post that they don't respect fucking quantum physicists
Uh-huh.
because they don't think there's anything to be gained by learning about small things because
Uh-huh.
all the most important things in the world have always been big, right? Like they say
Okay.
something dumb and stupid like that, and then your only response to that is that's stupid. I don't think that you understand how important quantum physics is. Because that's a thing that you say all the time. When someone says something dumb, you say, that's stupid. That's just stupid.
Hey, I don't think I said that stupid earlier today.
What do you mean earlier today?
We basically got into almost the same argument.
Oh, well, yeah. No, I was trying to come up with something that someone would say that doesn't make sense. And
Uh-huh.
that's just where my mind went. because you would say the exact same thing if someone said, "I hate that oranges are all blue." You would just be like, "That's stupid. You're stupid." That's your response to whenever anyone spreads misinformation online.
Well, that orange is blue is a harmless joke.
Well, but that's what I was getting at, is when someone says something that's wrong. This is not something that happened earlier today, Fluffy. This is something that happens in voice calls, specifically movie nights, whenever someone just says something really silly or goofy. One of your catchphrases is just like, when you hear something you don't like, you go, "That's dumb," in that exact like intonation.
I'll be honest, Prey, I was expecting a much zanier story.
That's one thing that I know about you, just genuinely.
Yup.
You are the type of person that loves, as soon as you don't like something, you're like, it's because you say the exact same thing. There's no variety. You just say, "That's dumb," in that exact way. It's a catchphrase. That's why I think it's funny. It's because it's a catchphrase.
Man. RFK has a worm, but you know what I have?
What do you have, Fluffy?
I don't have any pets.
Yeah.
Yeah. I misdirected you there.
That was an anti-joke.
It was the most anti-joke. Wait, no! I just realized. Since Gozenia's new, they don't know jack about shit about me. Interesting. Because a lot of the other people here know a lot about me.
I'm gonna be honest, Fluffy. It's 11:40. Can you close this stream out on your own?
Who's the dude? Wait, who's the dude? I'm Fluffy. This is Perea. I don't know who the dude is.
Okay, well let's analyze, Fluffy. Okay. You are the focus point of the stream.
Yeah.
Right? And the word "the" holds a lot of weight. Like, we're not talking about a dude. We're talking about
that is the only guy here.
Dude. Right? The dude. So interpretation number one, is it's Zach, because Zach is described as dude on their portfolio. Secondly, the second interpretation is that they mean you.
Does they have a channel yet? Oh, you're talking about Freya. She has a channel, yes. She hasn't been very active on it. I at them in the title here.
Yeah.
You can find their channel by clicking on that.
If you click on the at, that's me.
Yeah, we also have other fun things, like we have our own little Discord server and whatnot, which you can find somewhere on my channel's page. But yeah, Perea is Perea. That's who Perea is. That's the person. Oh my god. Like, what was I saying? Yeah, I can give you so many fun facts. Like, I've built an airplane before. It's boring as hell. I never went through puberty. Another true fact. What's another one of this? I have 3 dads, 1 mom, and none of them are gay, and my mom's never been divorced.
Fluffy.
What?
I have to.
Perea, jumping jacks. Now. Jumping jacks, Perea.
I'm so.
Do a jumping jack right now.
I don't have the energy.
Perea, just do it. I believe in you.
I'm fading.
Perea, no.
I have such a funny video that I can post. It describes me perfectly
Perea,
right now.
Just jump. You'll wake yourself up, Perea.
What?
Put it in the chat. Put what in the chat? The Discord? My gosh, the lag is bad on this stream because I don't see what y'all are saying until like I think a minute or so after y'all say it, so I never know what it refers to. But yeah, I can do that.
There, I have sent the video that describes me so succinctly.
Did you mean put the video in the chat? I'm so confused. I might be stupid. That's
maybe.
stupid.
Just maybe.
Great. You could do jumping jacks. I should have asked you to do this earlier. It won't make you less tired, but it might fuck with you. You live in the Nikas woods? Lag is bad? That's stupid, says Fluffy, staring into the mirror. Oh, the Nikas woods. I still find them. Okay, Google Maps does not know what that is. I remember how to spell Nicaragua. Nicaragua. That's an A. I think Freya might finally be actually dead. After 4 hours. I've finally done it. I've destroyed Perea through sleepiness. He's gone. It's just me here now. You don't even need the knife. It's just me and the Roman Senate for some reason. Because it's the Ides of March. She got Ides of March, and I can finally say what happened on the Ides of March. Julius Caesar got assassinated today. Woo! What a fun fact. Let me go back there. Put me next to this guy. Hi. Hi. How are you doing? I'm stuck here. I'm here in the Roman Senate. Huh. Wow. Why is Etrian Odyssey music playing? Here, I'll tell you why Etrian Odyssey music is playing. Whoop. Etrian Odyssey music is playing because I was playing Nanau's music, but then I got bored of that music, so I wanted to look up the Lost Labyrinth soundtrack, but then I couldn't find that, so then I went to a random game I don't know about. I don't know what Etrian Odyssey is. I'll be honest. Avsconce, are you a fan of this? What do they do in the Etrian Odyssey? I don't know. Thought you found another fan. Is it good? I could play it at some point. What? Let me look it up. Etrian Odyssey. Dungeon Crawler RPG. Oh my god, there's a lot. Oh, they ended in 2018. One person you had a crush on for a while really liked it. I mean, the art style's cute. I'll be honest, I don't think I like dungeon crawlers. Not because of the gameplay or anything, but just because I don't find dungeons that interesting as a space. It's one of the ones where you draw your own map. Well, that's cool, but yeah, no, I don't find dungeons interesting or cool. Like, maybe if it was buildings and not dungeons, but eh. Art style's still cute as hell, though. The outskirts of Slilmolia. If I pronounced that correctly. Let's go. Find that. Let me put myself back in my corner. And then... So here's this. And you're somewhere around here. Yeah? Somewhere. I assume in the forest. There's something. Whoa. Whoa. How is this? There's no buildings here. Why is this a named location? What? Apparently, there's roads here. Oh, Prey finally left. Interesting. They're building any... Interesting. Can be a mermaid from High Brazil. High Brazil. High Brazil. Oh! It's Brazil, Ireland, not Brazil, South America. Okay, I know what the Ireland Brazil is. It's the one island that disappears and stuff. Be a mermaid from anywhere in the whole world. That's nice. I should probably end soon, but I feel bad because there's so many, relatively a lot of people here right now. For what I normally get in a stream. That's kind of sad, but yeah, no, without Prey, I don't know what much there is for me to do, given that. What is this line? Insane. No, I'm not looking for Somalia. What was I saying? Oh yeah, no, given that, Prey is just kind of gone. And it has been 4 hours. Normally my streams do last 4 hours. Not sure why exactly that's the specific time I normally go for. It just kind of feels right. Anything shorter than it um is anything that's shorter than it just feels a bit sadder. Um and when things get longer than that, I just feel like they should end whenever the length is correct. But normally I do try to gun for 4 hours. Go left. Okay, so I'm here, and then I go left. Somewhere out this way. Are you just doxing yourself? Like, I don't think I ever asked to know where your house is. I mean, it's fine, but like, are you just doxing yourself? Is this too far left? I don't know. Lamau. It's like, I don't know what else you're doing. Have a good night. Oh, you too. Have a good night, Gazenya. And have a good night, everyone else. Ba, 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 ba. Sweet dreams. I think tonight I'm going to try to test out NVIDIA's inbuilt face tracking stuff to see if that's better than what I currently have, even though I really like what I currently have. But I just want to test out what NVIDIA put together. Otherwise, I'll see most of y'all next movie night. I know the one this week didn't happen, but that's because Annie had her thing he wanted to do. And but next week I'm gonna watch some fucking anime movie, probably. Squirrels say Dulsuena. I'm not good at pronouncing anything. Oh god. I'm illiterate. Yeah. Good night. I'm gonna go to the ending screen now before the people in this dormitory get to me. What?